Oops. Sorry, guys. Okay, just give me a moment because that huge crash was a bunch of things falling over when I moved my microphone. Oops. Well, okay. Anyway, this is, as we can see from here, Crusader Kings 3. So this was launched in September 2020, technically the 1st of September, and obviously by the 3 in the name, it is the third in a series. Now, I have played Crusader Kings 2 since 2013, and let me just check some stats. It has basically been a game that has been continually installed on my computer, and okay, 300 hours. Not as many as I thought I had. But anyway, I have pretty much all the DLCs except for the music packs for Crusader Kings 2, and believe me, it was a little bit tricky to figure out Crusader Kings 3 simply because there is just... well... It's one of those games where it's so familiar and yet so different. But I will be going through and explaining things as it goes. And I had already chosen the game area that I had wanted to play, seeing as I said it, we do have it all set up. And as you can see here, I do have one that I was testing things out on, but we are not going to be playing that because that is over 100 years past the start date. So instead, new game, start. So 15th of September 1066 AD, rags to riches. Throughout Europe, families fight and scheme for power. A lot of land lies disputed as battles are won and lost, and dynasties come and go as their rulers are outmaneuvered. So we have, like, this is a recommended start for the game, as it is pretty much the default going back to, I think, even the very first one. We can see here some various recommended rulers. And we can also go back. We've got the fate of England, so if you wanted to play as King Harold, William the Bastard, Harold Hardrade, or even go up and play Scotland and just watch England completely tear itself apart and laugh while doing so, you can. Or you could sit here as Denmark and maybe even try and take over Norway. We have also got Iberia in pieces. So we have various kings. So when the old King Ferdinand passed away, his 3 sons all inherited a piece of his Iberian kingdom. So you have King Garcia, King Alfonso, and King Sancho. And if I remember from Crusader Kings 2, this was actually quite interesting because each one, like, I think something like Alfonso was the heir to Sancho and Garcia was the heir to Alfonso, and then Sancho was also the heir to Garcia. So basically they set it up in such a way that you could assassinate your brothers and get the kingdom right back into your control. But we are going to be completely ignoring Europe for this one. And we can see the entirety of the map here, so it stretches all the way from Ireland and the Canary Islands in the west and very west coast of Africa, all the way to just before China in the east. So we have all of the dynasty rulers all around, and every single one that you see that has a section of land you can play as. So as seen in the preview, we are going to be going into playing Ghana, and we could also, if we want, just play as an observer and watch and see what happens to the world. We also have a random character option if you have no idea who you want to play. So we can go through and pretty much any historical ruler is present, but I believe their traits are randomized on every single playthrough. So let's click on Ghana, see what we get. So we have fickle, gluttonous and shy. So Sonenke, group, culture, Kingdom of Ghana. And Ghana is interesting because it is pretty much the only feudal African region dynasty area in Africa, so it gives you a good strong start for various things. I'm not going to be turning on Iron Man mode just because in case something strange happens, I do want to make sure that we can actually revert to an earlier save and actually rescue our efforts. But we can have a look at the game rules anyway. So this is pretty much all game defaults, so difficulty normal, even play on an even playing field without any significant bonuses. So very easy. So lessen the impact of disease, hostile schemes and stress, much easier to handle factions. And then those significant bonuses, regular bonuses and just normal. Exclave independence, multiplayer, which we won't be worrying about, minor diseases, matrilineal marriage, gender equality, regional heresies. So you can see there's quite a few things that you can change around, but depending on what settings you have. So it's like game files that affect gameplay are unmodified and you are not using any special launch options. And if you're playing a character made in Ruler Designer, it does not exceed the point limit of 400. So you can do some very, very powerful people, but you won't be getting achievements for it. So anyway, we're going by all the defaults. So let's load in and start the game. So immediately we have a bunch of things calling our attention up here. And I admit that yes, I am right in front of pretty much the dates and options here, but this was the best place that I could actually put my camera, so we're just going to have to deal with it. And we also have 8 messages, so it's telling us we do not have any, or we have few champions. We can take a concubine, we can create titles if we had the money. We could declare wars, powerful vassal expects to cancel positions, not endorsed by your Hogon, who is your religious head or religious guide, depending on it. Disabled building over here, and then a generic suggestion to increase opinion with one of our vassals or courtiers. So one of those messages was that we do not have a spouse, and oh dear, we have a level 1 education here, which is basically the absolute worst. So what I am going to do is actually I'm going to go over here and choose ourselves an infertile wife. Oh my goodness, are you kidding me? We have a stewardship education focus, but we have 0 stewardship. -2 from fickle, -2 from gluttonous, and the +2 on indulgent wastrel has barely given us anything. And rather unfortunately, yeah, do not have people who have great stewardship themselves either. So let's go and just change that to all and see what our options are. So we can see here we've got someone who's got 18 stewardship, so they've probably got a level 4 education. No, just level 2, but she is homosexual, so the odds of us having children are going to be a bit low, but that might be of benefit to us actually, because we are on Confederated Partition, I think, which is basically every single child we have, our territory and what we control gets split up between them after our death. So as we are actually, we only have 1 child at the moment, so everything will be going to him. Ooh, that's interesting. He has a level 3 education, level 3 learning education. So, that's interesting. which means we could potentially go through and reform the faith with him. So anyway, I'm just having a quick look at that. We will get into more details when we actually find it. But essentially, actually I'll tell you, well, I'll give you an indicator now. So we do not have a lifestyle focus. Now these are based on the 5, not traits, these things here. So diplomacy, martial, stewardship, intrigue and learning. And if you start off as an adult, then you tend to have one pre-selected because of your education type. So we can see here, as our education was in stewardship, we gain 10% more experience in that lifestyle. But that doesn't mean that we have to stick with that. We could go for any of them. So if we were to, say, go into learning, and we have a look at profit, which is in the theologian tree, and these focuses are not flavor, but it's, or if you pick the theology focus, you are not limited to picking from the theologian perks. You can pick from any of them so long as you have a learning perk available to you. So anyway, profit gives us faith creation and reformation cost minus 50%. So if we had that unlocked right now and we wanted to reform the faith, instead of 2,200, it would cost us 1,100. So that would be still quite a fair amount of time we need to wait before we can potentially reform it. So for now, we will indeed go for the stewardship lifestyle, and which one gives us +3, that's the domain focus. Let's go for that one. We already have the Avaricious, I believe that's pronounced. So we have golden obligations, demand payment for hooks, vassal tax contributions +10%, monthly income while at war +10%. We can use the extort subject's decision. Detailed ledgers gives us +20 Republican ruler. So Republican, we probably don't have any of those, so we won't have a look at that. So the government form of burghers and merchants. So anyway, and +15% tax. Fearful troops, men at arms maintenance per dread minus 0.5%. Golden aplomb, monthly income per stress level +10%. And then we have at any cost we can sell titles, and at the very top we get the Avaricious. Oh god, oh goodness, I'm not going to be able to pronounce that. But anyway, so that will give us a bonus +2 stewardship and +15% on holding taxes. And every single one, so you have 5 options, you have 3 trees each, so 15 trees. Generally, you're going to be able to fill 2 trees by the time you die, depending on your age. And this is telling us that we are above our domain limit, so we can see up here, domain 7, 3 holdings. So effects of being 3 holdings over the limit. Vassal opinion -30, domain levies -60, and domain taxes -60. So 1 recently acquired holding causes no penalties yet, so that's this county. So we can have a look there. So that is this one right here. So we will grant that to a random person in our court. So these little flags here say they already own land, so we don't want to give it to them. This person is part of our religion, has 18 stewardship, so that should mean quite a lot of good rulership bonuses. So we can grant that to him, and unfortunately, because that is the newest acquired one, it also means that, well, that one wasn't giving us any penalties, so we are still 3 over. So we need to figure out which ones we want to give away. So we want to keep the duchy level title and as much of the territory in there as possible. So we want to make sure we keep that one. And that one. And probably that one as well. So we can give away Kita, Soso, and Tiraka. So Tiraka is up there. So we can give this one to this person. So there we go. And they have become our vassal. We do not have any options to marry them off or anything like that. So we wanted to grant this one to someone. So once again, let's have a look for stewardship. Yep, you are absolutely appropriate. So there you go. And this one, Kita, come on, go away. And once again, let's look. So 14 years old and not of the same religion as us. So we have to go down here for someone. There we go. So we now have our domain 3 out of 3. So we should have 0 penalties on that. And while we are looking at that, let's have a look for a good wife for our son. So as per usual, what I tend to do for this is set the filters down. So we have fertility. So anyone on this list we know is fertile. We know that they all have inheritable traits. And let's see which ones do we have. So we could go for a 20-year-old who has the beautiful trait. So +3 diplomacy, +30% fertility, and +30 attraction opinion. We could go for a 16-year-old with the intelligent trait, which gives +3 to all stats and +20% to a monthly lifestyle experience. We could go for fecund, so +50% fertility and +5 years life expectancy. Or, and I know we saw it, we could go for someone who has the hail trait, so +2 prowess, which is basically like combat skill, a small boost to health, and +5 attraction opinion. So based on all of this, I think we are going to go for this 16-year-old here and try and get intelligent into the family. So we'll send a proposal that should be accepted. And change this back to de jure, or not de jure, realm map mode. So another benefit from starting in Ghana is that pretty much all of these territories here, all the different colours, are all independent rulers. So if we zoom out, the map gets a nice old worldy feel to it. But basically we have ourselves the Almoravids, and over in the east the Fatimids. But other than that, you know, we don't really have too many people who are going to be big realm areas that are going to affect us. And obviously we have up here, in England, we can have a look. So King Harold II Godwinson of England, who you can see defending against King Harold IV of Norway, and Duke William II the Bastard of Normandy. So we can see also that he's got the robust trait, and his son, ooh, legitimized bastards. That's going to be interesting. All of them are pretty much legitimized bastards from this person here. So former spouse. Interesting. But anyway, well, she has the pretty trait, but none of those look like they actually got passed down to their children. So anyway, enough of looking around there and talking about things that are unrelated. We have not unpaused at all. This has all been set up. So we also have down here, we have the realm map view. We also have the duchy titles as they currently stand. So like we said, we own Wagadu, so that consists of 3 counties. Unfortunately, I think we only own 2 of them, because yes, this person does not like us. So they are at -97. We are part of an unreformed religion. So he is Ibadi, which is an organized Muslim faith. We basically consider each other evil. We are character. No, he is impatient, so he gets -5, +10 for being on the council, and +5 for holding a holy site. We get -10 because of a short reign, +10 for autonomous vassals, and +5 for confederate partition. Liege holds de jure duchy -25%. We have no alliance. We are a foreign culture group. Our religion is considered evil to him. But we do get +3 for our personal diplomacy, and also -10 because we are gluttonous, and that is considered a sin for his religion. So what we would ideally want to do is revoke the title that he holds there, because he is always going to be annoyed that we hold what he considers to be his de jure duchy title. Unfortunately, we don't have limited crown authority, but that is a very easy thing to pass. It will cost us 292 prestige. Up here we have 750 that we start the game with. That will be no issue for us, so that allows us to revoke that. Unfortunately, we are now down to -100 because we do not have autonomous vassals anymore. We could revoke the title, but he will not accept at all. Acceptance chance -62%, so we may just have to bide our time with that. The de jure kingdom titles, so you can see we own most of Ghana. We've got these territories here that should be part of our kingdom but are not, and we have also begun to pick up territory and land in Mali, and then to the empire titles, so we have Mali stretching from here to here, and we own, how much do we own? So 17 out of 61 de jure counties. So nope, requires 61 of 75, so more than 80%. We need to hold 1,000 gold and 2 kingdom titles required. And even if we did have that, because we just passed the second crown authority, we don't actually have enough prestige. We can also take a look at the faith map. So Bedek is us, but we can see that we have quite a few different religions around, and we need to get this territory here to even think about reforming the religion. Cultures, so Soninke is up here, and once again various numbers of different cultures around. And then houses shows the houses of each independent ruler, so once again that is pretty much just our house there. So that has been 25-ish minutes of just pure discussion, and actually I'm not even finished yet because we need to have a look at our military. So our champions, so we have someone who has 17 prowess here. Yes, indeed, we'll recruit them to court, pay 15 gold, but we gain 20 stress because we are shy. As we're shy, we want to kind of keep our court to the lowest we can. Unfortunately, that's not going to be true. Recruit you as well. You have 7. Do you have any other good traits? Nope. Nope. You have rough terrain expert, hills, mountains, wetlands. We don't really have much of that in our area. And what I will do is forbid anyone who has too low a stat. Unless, of course, they actually have a good martial trait. So logistic. I'm just going to say good at logistics. Oh yes, you were the one that I just looked at, so nope, nope. 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 No, but you are comely. And you are angry because you are probably not on the council. We will sort that out momentarily. You don't have one, but I'm going to force you because the battlefield is a dangerous place. It can be a very dangerous place. So anyway, we had that logistics person, so I will allow you, because we do not have anyone else with that, so I will force you to be one of our champions. We have 1084 levies, which are basically like generic soldiers, so farmhands and whatnot, who are called up to help fight in the wars. But we do have 200 specially trained pikemen who counter light cavalry and heavy cavalry, and we have 100 light cavalry who counter archers and heavy infantry. So we have a decent coverage there, and for the moment I'm going to leave that because we currently have a fascination of onagers, so we will select that. Expect to be discovered in about 25 years. So that's our military. Our council, we do not have an available spouse because we have not yet unpaused, so we've not got married yet. So our Hogon, or realm priest, okay, that is the proper term, realm priest. So minus 27 because of unreformed and short religion. So our chancellor has skill of 12, which is okay, but is still going to have some issues and possible side effects on that. Our spy master has a skill of 5, but he would be slightly better than our current chancellor. Let's have a look at our chancellor. He has a skill of 0, intrigue of 0, but he wants to be on the council, which is once again very unfortunate. We basically have to decide, do we want to ensure that we keep as many people here as we can? But I mean, well, these two people are our champions. So, you know, like I said, war is very, very dangerous. So this gives us a overview of our court, and we will search for a physician just in case. We have schemes, which can be things such as, so personal schemes. So there we go, some as personal, like seduction. And then we have some which are hostile, like murder, abduction, claims thrown, or fabricate a hook on someone else. And any hooks and secrets that we have are there. So a list of any factions that we have and a list of decisions that we can make. So let me unpause. Let's get some stuff rolling. And just put it up to 2 speed. There we go. Son has now married. So those are 2 16-year-olds. And we have our own spouse. So let's go back up to the council and choose whether we want her to assist us generally, or if we want to, say, have her help us more with court politics, chivalry, managing the domain, court intrigue, or patronage. I think for now we will manage the domain, so that gives us +9 stewardship and increases our domain limit to 5. So court position, so we have basically someone who is like wandering or in our court who is, you know, okay, she has a learning of 10, which is considered average. Or we can go for someone who has level 3 renowned physician, has 16 learning, which is considered good, so a base of 9. Also strong, so they should be around for quite a while. So yes, let's pay 50 gold. A lot of money to him, and we can see down here stress level. So we have 40 stress, which is, you know, alright. We are shy, so that will affect us when we invite people into our court. But we do have options, so we don't want to hold a feast because you will not lose stress since you are shy. But we can always call a hunt, and that will guarantee us to lose some stress. And there are various events that occur where you could also lose stress. So we can also declare war. So where do we want? We don't want to go up to this area because that will be us fighting the owl Moravids, and well, their military strength is superior to us, so they have almost 3,400 of general levies, 12 champions, 400 heavy infantry, and 10 onagers siege weapons. So we will leave them for the time being. But what else do we not own? Well, we could always push into territory that belongs in Mali, or we could also go for this little area here, which has our little that's not the right one. I think no, we just had it. Yeah, holy site there. Let's just have a look. So their military strength is similar to ours. Hey, if it's a pond for carps you're interested in, I can build you a terrific one. So we can say you have all the resources. You will have all the resources you need. So every courtier will gain 20 opinion, but we will lose 50 gold. So we will gain 100 stewardship lifestyle experience if we go, is that truly the best you can deal you can give me? Every courtier gives 20 opinion of you. Possible outcomes, 70% chance we make a great deal and lose only 25 gold. Or 30% chance of the builder outwits us, in which we have to pay the standard 50 gold, but we also lose 75 prestige. Or we can say, stop wasting my time. There we go, there's an option where we are losing a tiny bit of stress, but every courtier loses 5 opinion of you. I will go here because it's the most risky, but it is also the one that gives us the most benefits. So, you make a great deal. We lost 25 gold. So, as I was saying, so they have similar military strength to us. Unfortunately, we cannot create or increase our men-at-arms regiments because we do not have enough money. What we can do is go right down to our capital and have a look and see what things do we have. So pastures, we would need 225 gold, and that would take us 2 years. So we would go from 0.2 tax a month and plus 50 levies to 0.4 a month plus 500 supply limit, and an extra 25 people in levies, which doesn't sound like much when we start off, but it will be when we get going. So offer concubine, this always happens around here because I do not want, basically I want to try and keep it a family as streamlined as possible, and only when I get to my son do I want to deal with extra children and whatnot. Where else could we go? So you are very inferior to us. You are inferior, and similar. So we could go down for all 3 of these areas and, like I say, keep stretching down into Mali's territory and then consider Manding when we're a bit stronger. So let's see, declare war. So we do have an option to declare conquered duchy. Unfortunately, we are, let's go here, we are only on the 2nd level of fame, so we would have to be distinguished before we could conquer a duchy, and we are, yeah, it's going to take us a while to get there. So what we can do is conquer the county, which is just one area. It will cost us 100 piety because we are the same religion. Oh, okay, we are apparently not paused. So if we win, we gain the contested title, we gain 75 fame and 75 prestige. Okay, and you do not have any allies, so yeah, let's declare war, raise all of our armies. And the music goes way over the top. So this was one of the changes and issues that I had with Crusader Kings 3 at the start, is that in Crusader Kings 2, when you raise all of your troops, they are raised automatically, like completely straight away. You don't have to wait for them. So that did confuse me a little bit as well. You know what? Let's put you there. You are so eager. So we can go here. So, and the path we are taking is automatically selected. We can choose, if we hold shift when we're going somewhere, tell someone to go specifically through or avoid an area. So we can see they've got 695 troops raised here, and we have this potential battle. So you will probably win because we have more soldiers and more men at arms to counter. Their benefits are defending a river crossing, defending in the forest, defensive buildings, and more army commander traits. So let's get that going. Speed up to 3, 4, and just let that run. And you can obviously see that we are almost 1 year into the campaign, which is why things like discovering onagers in 25 years is not so much of an issue, because, yeah, potentially we could be here for 400 years. So my daughter-in-law has given birth to a daughter with 0 genetic traits, which is a bit disappointing considering the last way my playthrough went, but we will just say, may you grow strong and wise. You have a general name, that is good. And we can see here that these horsemen are countering the bowmen here. So we have, they're dealing 18% less damage. And so we can see, so dice rolls are not that great. So our advantage is plus 18, their advantage is plus 37. But because of sheer numbers, we are winning that handily, so it doesn't overly matter for us. There's like, they did have like potentially better, higher quality troops, but we have won that anyway. There we go, that has given us 25% war score. So we could, if we wanted to right now, go for a white peace, seeing as they will just accept at +2. So war score from held objectives. So because we are in an offensive war, once we hold this, if we manage to keep it, it will start slowly ticking up as the war proceeds. Plus 25% from battles. War score from occupied holdings. So once we occupy any territory, not just the war goal, we will gain points for that. And if we have any important prisoners, like say, let me actually just bring that back up. Like say if during the siege we managed to capture his son and heir, that would give us additional war score as well. I think possibly 25%. And we are also sieging this area, so we can click on these little they're not spikes, but we can have a look and we can see how it's going. So we have a maximum of 16 months left. This is in forest, so we have minus 10% supply limit. So movement speed 80% and combat width 90%. So which basically indicates how many soldiers from each side. So we would have 90% of our capable soldiers. Like select all the besieging army, select the holding if we wanted to have a look at. We can see the number of soldiers besieging it versus the garrison and fort level. We cannot assault the fort because the walls are intact. If we had onagers or something better than that, we have a chance at breaking down the walls and we can then start assaulting it if we wanted to. But for now, let's just speed up. We can see whoever these are, they are raiding us. And this is, yep, the hostile forces of this area, trying to come back in and either siege some of our territory or take on us. Yeah, they're taking on us. So, yes. You're not going to win that. You have a quarter of the troops we do. Oh, unpause. Yeah, I apologise. My space key on my keyboard has gotten a little bit sticky. So sometimes... Oh, so we got a marshal. Has that changed anything for the war score? Nope. Just because we have 50% war score from battles, capped at 50%. So you cannot just keep defeating the enemy forces over and over to try and get the maximum war score. You do actually have to diversify. You actually have to diversify and get different things. I think I know this was a thing in Crusader Kings 2 where you were stuck at like 95 or 99% by besieging if there wasn't a major battle, and that would tick up to 100% once 3 years had passed. I don't know if that's true here because I've not gotten to that point quite yet. Oh, look at that, what did I say? So we finished sieging that. So because we own the occupied holdings completely, we get 100% from that. So we also got 50% from all of the battles, but because we actually did get this person's son and heir, we also get a 50%. So technically that is 200%. So there we go. End of war. Victory, and that territory is now in our possession. So very handy little battles here to raise and disband all of your armies. So we are at 4 out of 5. And let's just have a look at this territory because, well, they're not going to be very happy with us. So let's go over to our council and see what can we do. So we could convert faith in some of our areas because we do have some that are not of the right religion of us. Domestic affairs, integrate title, increase development, promote culture, so we could do that down here. So that will be complete in 5 years. So increase county opinion, increase taxes and increase levels, but we could also get resistance to settlers and loss of county opinion. Increase control in the county, not a valid target for that because apparently we do have good control. And then spy master. So what is the problem here? Popular opinion, so minus 14. So let's just, there we go. So we could put you there. That will take you 17 years, unfortunately, because of your low skill. Let's have a look in our court. Do we still have your... Okay, no, we apparently left or let your son and heir out, but we can ransom you, get a weak hook. You know, you are our religion anyway. But look at that, you do have 14 prowess and you are a logistic... Why do I bother trying to say it? You are good at logistics. So we will negotiate your release and we will recruit you. So there we go, you are recruited. And we want to go to military champions. What did you have? 14. So, yep, you are guaranteed to be one of our marshals. So no matter what happens, you are always going to be... You are a weaver, which is good for... I'm just trying to think of the right words. Raiding. If we were to raid, you would be quite good at that. So we have a few things here. Titles could be created, declare wars, but feudalize. This one. Unfortunately, that costs quite a lot of money, if I recall. Yeah, 500 gold. So unfortunately, because this is the wrong holding type, as a tribal holding, we will produce no levies or taxes. and reduced by 100% due to county control. And yeah, so once again, wrong type. So it's kind of like, is it worth holding on to, or is it worth giving to someone else? So a missing village. Every record from the county of Kaniaga I can find. The entire village has gone missing from the taxation records. So the collector will lead the investigation and I might gain a stewardship perk. I will travel personally, might gain 1. Or villages go missing all the time, pay it no heed, lose 33 stress. Let's go there ourselves and investigate. And just see what happens. So yeah, this village has indeed just completely disappeared. Everyone is up and left. Every house stands derelict and abandoned. No trace of any people, not even the collector. So one of the guards suddenly shouts. So do we leave? The control in the county will change by -10. Let's actually just see which one is that. Oh, that is pretty much like our main one. Okay, so we'll say, what did you find? The shouting guard comes out of a rotting doorway with a child. Like, child offers no word of what happened to the village. Or for that matter, any words at all. So we could adopt him. So joins your court, +50 opinion. Leave him with the nearest village. In which case the county gets self-sufficient. So -25% taxes because there's so fewer people there. And +20% development growth. Or burn the village and this cursed child with it. Well, you are... Yeah. We're not going to adopt you because you're not admittedly anything special. So the noise and chattering at court does distract me from what I've seen. Memories of the silent village still haunt me. In the end, we found not a single trace of anyone who had ever lived there. So we can say that cursed land must never be resettled. The control level will change by +10, but we will gain cautious surveillance. Development growth -30%, but popular opinion +20. Or time will reclaim that village as it does things. So, okay. That is pretty much the same as the top one. So development growth -30 and +20. Oh no, that's yeah, that was one of the early ones. But anyway, we have a new stewardship perk. So we can go for at any cost just to continue down this path, and then we will have a look at what other one we could potentially go down because we are almost there on this one. So we can see here, yeah, time to next perk, 5 months, which is not going to be that much time at all. County of... Okay, the one we just recently conquered, yep. So, Meticulous Management gives us popular opinion +30 or increased attacks, gain 10 dread. So we do have some things about dread. So where was it? Fearful troops. Maintenance, men-at-arms maintenance per dread -0.5. So with 10 dread, that would decrease it by 5%. We can see here. So 0.6 a month unraised, but full maintenance 1.8. Unraised 0.38, 1.15. So let's increase the tax as punishment. And yep, we can see there that one, yep, they've both slightly gone down. That is always interesting and nice to see. So gain men-at-arms negotiation, men-at-arms maintenance -25%. Ooh. Okay, so that could be quite good. We do have 111 gold, so we could gain another one. So what do we want? So, that is some pikemen, so they are considered spearmen. They are countered by... so spearmen countered by armoured footmen, which are heavy infantry. Light footmen counter heavy infantry. But Sahel horsemen, which is what we've got here, counter both heavy infantry and archers. Light horsemen only counter archers. So basically these two are kind of maybe not necessary if you have the option to have these, because it is only 5 gold more to consolidate it. So bowmen can counter pikemen, pikemen counter both light and heavy cavalry. But yes, let's go for some armoured footmen and get those building up. Gosh, I should have gotten myself a drink before I started. There we go, new lifestyle perk. So we can go for this, which gives us a +2 stewardship and +15% holding tax, which is why I obviously want to keep as many territories as we can. So we can't quite change our focus yet. Let's have a look. So tax, construction cost. So it might be worth going down this one in a bit, seeing as meritocracy, claims thrown against your liege, we don't have a liege. Domestic affairs, levy, likeable. So the line less likely. So what does administrator give us in the end? Yeah, so we'll go down the architecture next. And like I said, we will leave our education, intellectual learning for our next son, and hopefully he can get his piety up a fair amount. Alright, so we can just continue on. So, Dynasty Legacy. This was another new thing that was introduced in Crusader Kings 3. And admittedly, what I tend to do is I like to run a program where we tend to get the best genetics into the family as we can. So we have 7 different options. So acquiring new dynasty legacies becomes harder and harder as the cost increases by 500 each time. So we start at 250 and we have warfare, law, guile, blood, erudition, glory and kin. So House of Warriors, so prowess +2 and knight effectiveness +15%. Mostly fair, popular opinion +5 and hunt and feast cost -30%. Ominous reputation, dread gain +20% and natural dread +15. Noble veins, chance of inheriting good congenital traits +30% and chance of new ones +30%. Vibrant court, courtier and guest opinion +10, better guests will be attracted and guest recruitment cost -30%. Glory, desirable match, marriage acceptance +30%, and fountainous loins, fertility +10% and attraction opinion +5. So anyway, if you are just doing one, there'll be 250, 750, 1250, 1750, 2250 for graceful aging. So narrow prowess lost from age and skills increase with age. And then you get all the way up to here. So octogenarians is I never really considered that one to be decent for being top tier, as it were, because it only gives you +5 years. Whereas graceful aging seems a lot better. And then you get like up to here, family connections, major chance to prevent 1 murder against each dynasty member, and interaction acceptance from intimidated or terrified is 100%. And like here, domain limit +1 is kind of okay. And then private army, max number of men-at-arms regiments +1, and can recruit a house guard, which are heavy infantry that are counter spearmen and archers. But anyway, we can have a look through all of these and just have a quick browse. But yes, noble veins, especially seeing as my son has only had one child so far, so, and also a girl. So if he were to have his next child as a son, we now have a plus 30% chance of intelligence being passed down. So I will quickly go and grab myself a drink because I really should have done so before we started. So we'll be back in like 2 minutes. And I will just... Oh. Leave it like that and... yeah, there. Okay, so you don't see any weird faces. Oh, okay. I am back with a drink, snack, and a jacket. It's getting a bit cold here. Just turn my avatar back on. Get a bit of the snack and continue on. So I'm really, really hoping that I can actually get some good genetic traits into the family. I almost always tend to go for like the genius tree because I just find that one the best, because as we can see where we have intelligence, it gives +3 to all stats. And if we go and have a look at, so we want quick, which gives +1 to each stat, and then genius, which gives +5. And let me actually just see. So do we have the pure-blooded, anyone? Nope, okay, that has not popped up in this game yet. Okay, so technically it doesn't look like either of those are in Okay, we need the bottom one, right? The music could always use to chill out a tiny bit when we go to war. Okay, slightly annoyingly, they moved off. But we have a battle here. And once again, seeing as we have superior numbers, it doesn't matter that I've put our... which councillor was it? Our spy master in there as leading the charge, because the odds are that he will almost always win anyway. So anyway, so siege here, 10 months left, approximately. So if we just continue taking on this territory, so can no longer continue with increased control because it's under siege. So max 8 months left there. Ooh, 4 months. Okay, so they may take over, but because we had that initial battle, so County of Aqua gains motivated workers for 10 years plus 15%. So this also happened in my previous game as well. I just had an endless stream of girls being born, and of course she has the intelligent trait. So what we can do for her is actually have a look. So fertile and inheritable traits, and let's sort by age. Once again, so unfortunately the youngest one who has the intelligent trait is a 20-year-old Vug Sin or Sene religion, so he's not going to be too happy with us. Oh, we do have someone here who's a genius, but they are 40, so by the time this girl comes of age, she'll be 56. So I'm not going to actually select this, but we can see here that the intelligence trait now has a little arrow next to it. So this trait is congenital. As both parents have this trait, it will get inherited, and it might intensify, resulting in genius. So this is basically the one way, like what you... I generally do one of two ways of getting genes into the family. Either I marry it in, as I did with this character's daughter-in-law, and just cross my fingers that at least one of the kids gets it, which we do have here. Or if you do have someone who has a genetic trait, find someone with the exact same one, because it reinforces it, means that it is guaranteed to be passed down, and if it's level 1 or level 2, it may increase to the 3rd level. So yes, I am slightly annoyed and disappointed that we had a character just who got randomly given a level 1 education trait, because that happened in my trial game, and then in my good game, oh, not in my good game, but the one where I was basically checking out strategies after getting to grips with the game. That's not going to be good. That's not going to be good. I was hoping that chance of children being low meant that we wouldn't end up with a second child. So anyway, let's have a look here. Max 5 months left. So we're going to finish this siege. Yep, there we go. So max 4 months. Yeah. We're going to finish this one easily. There we go. So that is 87%. And we will go over here. So we will win decisively. So defending in hills, defensive buildings, more soldiers, higher quality, and more men-at-arms to counter. Once again. There we go. And victory! And of course, that little sound for 100% always annoys me a little bit because I think it's a car horn, but I know it's a trumpet, or meant to be a trumpet. But anyway, enforce demands. Yep, so that gives us that territory. And is this also... Yes, the wrong holding type because it's a tribe holding once again. So once again, we need 500 gold to actually do that. And looks like we may have a couple of prisoners. So we'll go in here and have a look at that. Yep, so we've got you. You are of a wrong religion, so what can we ransom you for? 10 gold, which is, yeah, you know, okay. Negotiate release. And we will just demand your conversion. Unfortunately, you are club-footed, maimed, one-legged, and wounded. So I'm not quite sure you are going to be long for this world. So rather than let you live out your final days in prison, we will just gently release you. So what I am going to do is, because it's going to take us 1,000 gold to actually get all these territories up, we will instead give it to some other people, because we're not getting any benefits from any of these. So we might as well just see who is around. You are minus 37. Yeah, not too happy with me. So you are... Ooh. Okay, yes. Herculean. And, okay, we can only marry you with my granddaughter, which we don't necessarily want to do. But because you're now landed and you have the Herculean trait, maybe you could find yourself a nice little wife. So disband all those. And what is this saying here? So once his leash to hold duchy. Okay, so could we create that? Yes. Because we have 3 out of 4 of the Dayoe counties, but we do not have 250 gold. So we do have a daughter who is, you know, unremarkable. She has diplomacy of 1 because of a holy site. Nothing of interest, but unfortunately that does mean the Kingdom of Ghana goes to our son, as does the duchy. So the county of Aqua goes down. Okay, right, it all is going down to our son still. That's good. And our wife is 36, so she has about 10 years to get... to potentially get another child out. Not 100% sure if that's actually going to happen. So we have a dangerous faction independent. And that is basically 2 of the people that I potentially have just either given territory to. No, because I think you were, yeah, so I think you were a vassal from the beginning, so you're angry you're not on the council. I don't have realm for you. It's slightly annoying that we don't have the advisor slots anymore, because otherwise we could put him obviously in the advisor slot. So let's have a look at the Kingdom of Mali. So we need 9 of the Diore counties and we have 4. Okay, so Diore duchies. So yes, we probably want to save up for a duchy count or duchy claim on Manding. Yeah, because that is part of it, as is Loma. So we want to go all the way down here. So Timby and the bottom half of this county. So you have inferior military strength. So those are skirmishers. And we obviously have I say, didn't we have... Oh, no, crap, didn't want to do that. Didn't want to... No. Disband. Yes, I wanted this one. So, counters skirmishers, which was bowmen. Okay. So it might be worth... Yes, we have enough. If we can create some skirmishers and then upgrade them when we have a bit more money. 55 gold. So my wife has burst into the court saying that this person, my daughter-in-law, is like, cast her out. No. So why did you not tell me everything from the start? So this is an intrigue challenge. So 35%. So we can take this to our courtier. Oh, okay, no, banished from the realm. No, we do not want to do this. So yes, we'll say that I think you should forget this whole matter and our wife's going to be angry at us. Yep, so that's slightly unfortunate. So I still think she does give us all of the bonuses regardless. Oh, okay, one of our councillors just died of pneumonia, so rather unfortunate for that. So, okay, so who is a good one who is already on our council that we could move over so that one of the ones who's complaining can go there? So we have this person who has -36 opinion of us. So if we put them on the council, they'd go to plus opinion. And this person maybe not. And they are of 16 diplomacy, and our chancellor... Okay, let me just have a look at this. So our chancellor is 13 and 13 on diplomacy and stewardship. So he would probably be okay moved over to being a steward. Yep, so we'll do that. And then our chancellor, we will put this person in. So they are now down to -21%. So integrate title. No, we don't want to do that. Promote culture. Yes, we do want to do that down there. And increase control in county. We want to do that down there as well. About faith, you know what? So 34 years, 21 years, 34. So let's do this here and just get them to do their work. And you unfortunately absolutely still despise me, despite all of my best efforts. Unfortunately, our chances of murdering him are very, very low. So predicted suggest chance, minimum chance 5%. So because our intrigue is so appalling, 20%, base 15 from success chance +5, and time 8%. But let me just have a look. So if we change that over, does that give us anything? Nope, it does not. Okay, so we want to manage domain back. And there we go. Dangerous faction. So they are still aggravated by that. And I remember in Crusader Kings 2 there was a limit. Like, if they reached a certain opinion with you, they could not join factions. So discontent. Let me have a look. Okay, nothing interesting there that really explains to me. Hello there, DDTDD. Thank you for joining and thank you for chatting. So we have a stewardship perk. So anyway, welcome to the chat, and I hope you're finding this interesting. I'm hoping that this is going to be a decently long stream, so we should be able to get a good way into seeing if we can start controlling good parts of Africa. So do we want a plus 25% tax, or I think we will go for cutting cornerstones, because then we can start going down here and actually get professional workplace before we start building some things in our owned territories. And anything else we need to focus on? I don't think so. I'm just going to check that. Yep, I thought it might. So time for you to recognise the full independence. I will not be threatened. So let's raise all of our armies. So it says we have similar military strength, because obviously they would not be sending that ultimatum if they had fewer. Once again, let's try and see if we can get our spy master killed, which I know sounds really, really bad, but we can swing it. So it's like, yes, we really, really trust you. So we want you to go and manage all of these territories and people. Yeah, so some of our areas are already under siege. Anyone else joined in? It doesn't look like it. Let's see. Okay, we should win this without too much of a fuss. We inherited a county. Okay, that's just down there. So no big issues there. That is the correct holding for us, so we can just keep a hold of that. And there we go. We've won that battle pretty decisively. Though one of our people was unfortunately slain. So you're one of the people that had Comley, though your wife is pregnant, so maybe. Anyway, compassionate discord. Moved by my tribulations. So this person has offered me his counsel and aid on many occasions. However, his attentions have incurred the ire of this person. So cannot be trusted. That is merely a ploy to exploit you. So let's see, you have -2 opinion of me and -32 opinion, alright. So one person becomes my friend, one person becomes my rival. Diplomacy challenge. Take heed of a warning. Or defend. Yeah, intrigue challenge 0%. Let's see if the three of us cannot find common ground. Yep, we managed to reconcile both vassals. Anyway, we'll come into here and start sieging down. So that person was one of our councillors, I can see. So that was our chancellor. So the person who was complaining about wanting to be on the council, and yes. So the best person for the job. The second best person for the job is one of the powerful vassals who's complaining that they are not on the council, so we will put them there. And it looks like there's a fair few fights going around. So in serving as your marshal, I've learned much about tactics and strategy, willing to tutor me in those topics. So we could get +2 marshal, or we could get +3 marshal for 5 years, and our marshal gets a weak hook on you, or we could say I can manage just fine. No less. So we've got +3 marshal for 5 years, which... Yep, that sounds good to me. Not as good as a permanent one, but I will take it, at least for the moment, with all these wars going on. We've got one place under siege. And they are max 7 months left, whereas we've got 4 months. So it will take us a while to get over there. And apparently someone is raiding us. Like, where and who? Oh, I didn't realise that was actually still. Yes, well, Ghana is... Okay, we're dealing with a bit of a rebellion at the moment because a couple of people decided that they want independence. Thank you there, DDTDD. But we've got, at the moment, superior forces, plus 62% on our war score, so we should be able to beat this pretty thoroughly. And I'm hoping that we are able to actually move into Mali because we are starting to gobble up territory from there. And maybe, if we earn enough money, actually get the Empire before too long. We should be able to reform our religion with our son when we die because he has a level 3 learning education. And we will basically be focusing on getting the points through to decrease the cost to reform the religion down by 50%. Okay, and who are you? The Pretender Rebels. Huh. Okay, apparently they actually did manage to speed ahead and occupy all of that. But we will just head across, fight them, hopefully de-siege the area, and that should be some good war score points towards us. Seeing as we're already at 51% from actually 52% now from owning just one of the territories. Okay, Liberty faction. This is going to be annoying, but I will not be threatened. Because once again, if we manage to do this, then we will have hopefully imprisoned this vassal. We can revoke his title and actually stop him complaining. Oh no. Okay, this is yeah, maybe not going quite so well now. So we've now got 3 wars going and the music gets suitably epic. DDTDD can't be as bad as playing Mali in 1444 in Europa Universalis 4. I'll have to take your word for that because despite actually owning Europa Universalis, I have never, ever, ever touched it. So I'm just going to have to take your word for it. But I imagine that, yes, there are quite a few people around that... Okay, so... Right. So I need to pause for a second, turn down the speed, analyse what's going on. Okay, music. If the music could chill out a little bit, that would be nice as well. So we have about 2,100 troops here who are probably coming in to siege some areas. Now, if we actually focus on the Liberty War first, we should be able to defeat them pretty solidly. Oh dear, we don't actually have a commander on that. So, well, we're still winning, thankfully. We are still winning. But we do want to okay, leader. Right, so we've won that. So let's actually go here and actually appoint a commander. So this person is at war against us. So good at logistics. Yes, let's put you in. And we will go up here and siege down this territory first. Hopefully that will call them back. Oh, good. Oh, yes, yes, because, yes, half of our council decided to just completely disappear thanks to all those wars. So Marshall, who do we have? So we have you. I don't really want to put my champions in, but we're going to have to if we do that. And Spymaster, yep, you like me for the moment, so we could put you into there. So thankfully with the Civil War we only lost like 16 troops, which is thankfully not that many. Yes, I know we're getting all of these places under siege. Thank you. Thank you, yes. Thank you for all the notifications. I don't need them at the moment. So I'll zoom out for the moment and we can actually go back up to normal speed. So what I'm hoping is we can control this territory and keep an eye on where those forces are going. And because that is only one area, that should give us a lot of war score from occupying it. Then we can swing around and potentially go against the independence faction and wipe them out. And by the time we've done that, we should have the country unified, and then we can go against Manding on their war for whichever territory in peace it is. Napoleon's strategy, divide and conquer, is that me or my enemies? Because it seems to be a good habit of the AI to gang up on me. Like when one war happens, someone else decides to declare war on me, and then someone else declares war on me. My first playthrough, or my first stream on Stellaris with the 3.0 patch and Nemesis, I ended up with quite a few situations where I would start a war, someone would start a war against me, then someone else would jump in and try and take some other territory, and then someone else would jump in and try and take other territories. I'm just glad that the AI is not quite sensible enough to actually try allying and defending. Okay, so you've just taken that territory over there. Right. So we do not... Nope, we don't occupy that. That is by a peasant revolt. And I know there's quite a few negative red numbers floating around, but we will manage those in time. We're almost done with that siege. There we go, that's given us 54%. So if we come down here, and we captured someone's wife. Nice. So apparently they don't look like they're worth anything. Someone doesn't like their wife. Anyway, we've done that. We can then come down here and fight this army. That is related to this one. We can see that the flag is the same for each of them. And just speed things up a tiny bit. So we can get a few things. Oi, don't run away. Oi. Okay, hopefully we can keep up with them. Oh no, I think we'll honestly just, yeah, sit here and or unoccupy our holdings here. Love it when rebels fight enemy armies for you. Yes, that is always nice. I did have one situation in my test game where I was like, I had forces that were very well, my forces and my army was quite overpowered compared to my enemies, and my enemy was fighting like a peasant uprising or something, and honestly I just went through and completely bashed all of the enemy forces around because, you know, I'm just going to walk through your territory. Pause, please. Yeah, I do have a bit of a sticky keyboard at the moment, so it's not quite responsive to things yet. So professional workforce, yep, let's unlock that one. So obviously we have this area which has been cleared out a little bit thanks to the Duchy of Manding there. We won that siege. So let's go up here and hopefully we can defeat that army, finish that war, throw that vassal into prison, revoke his title, and then he will stop being so salty about us owning the DOA duchy, even though that is our capital county area. There we go. So Battle of Kolga. And we can see here that, yes, our bowman is countering against the footmen, but unfortunately the light footmen are being countered, as are the pikemen. So swings and roundabouts, checks and balances. Victory 98%. But I think that's good enough for us to actually come down here. So this one. So this is a... okay, that would be why we are at 98%, because this person also decided that they wanted to have some territory. So let's go down here to the main section of the independence one. Oh, okay. That one, enforced demands. There we go. So we gain dread, imprison every rebellious vassal, and gain a title revocation reason. Liberty faction is disbanded and its members cannot join factions for 10 years. So let me just go through and yoink. There we go. And to release from prison, we will negotiate release. We will want you to, yes, demand conversion and renounce your claims. And as for your wife, can we actually gain... Okay, we will gain a weak hook on her. So there we go. You are now released. You absolutely despise us, but you're not a vassal, so I don't care. Negotiate release. Yep, demand conversion on you as well, just to get a few more people of our religion. Actually, wait, we can siege back down this place. Disloyal vassal. So this one has been paying too little. So gain 100 stewardship experience. 57% pays what he owes me, which is 15 gold. 43% suspect he's still withholding money, pays 10 gold, but I spend 150 prestige. Keep him on a short leash, so increase feudal taxes. So what are you paying me at the moment? So 0.2 to 0.3, which is not amazing. But I will do that. And you have a power, or you're apparently a powerful vassal. You do have 17 diplomacy. Okay, so I could potentially... Oh wait, what? Why do you have... Oh my goodness, you have 0 diplomacy. You do have 18 steward, or 18 thing. So replace my chancellor with you. Then are you any good at intrigue? No, those really are your only 2 stats. So spy master, you have a skill of 6, you have a skill of 5. So you are still positive to me. You are angry. You've actually only just come of age, haven't you? So yes, I will assign you there. That will get you like me a little bit more. And you have 10 versus 18. So yeah, you know what? I know it's going to be a pain because they are not the best people for the job. But we will just go through and do that. And wait, okay, we're not in the right place to actually siege that, so let's just send you over there. DDTDD. At least they have good diplomatic skills. So many of my powerful vassals have absolutely rancid stats in my saves. Yes, I hate that. I mean, that was introduced in Crusader Kings 2 Conclave, I believe it was, where you had vassals who would consider themselves... Or am I thinking of something completely different? I honestly cannot remember. No, yes, I believe it was Conclave. that they introduced in Crusader Kings to the concept of powerful vassals. So you obviously had all of the considerations. Oh, wait, why are we... Okay, so this person... So you would see the wisdom in making it more lenient. So he had a weak hook on us. So, okay, fine. Yes, you can just do that. So we are plus 29% against the war for a county. Right, that is why they're attacking the peasant revolt, because the county they want is there. And I'm not quite sure I can actually say anything about it. But yes, Conclave introduced the idea of powerful vassals and whatnot. Before then, it was pretty much you could put whoever you wanted on the council, and you could always make sure that you had the best and brightest around for you. But Conclave made that a bit more tricky. Okay, so apparently our Chancellor just died, which I'm not paying attention to because I'm more focused on actually the war than anything else. So we can actually reassign our Spy Master, and I can stop being paranoid that he's going to shank me. Champion, so one-eyed. I can actually have a look to see. So Marshall, do you have any other good stats? Nope, you're pretty terrible in all of that. Want to keep my steward there. Okay, so yes, at 12 skill you are going to be on my council like that. I swear it told me my chances of having children with her were low. I suppose low is not, or low isn't none. I suppose I just have to keep my fingers crossed that this is going to be another girl, especially as my daughter-in-law is also pregnant with a son who has the quick trait. Right, so yes, they did get... So Prince. Okay, my son is still in line to inherit all of that. Then it may very well be. Okay, so your military strength is inferior, so you are down here and you want this county down here, just behind the independence faction. Hey, it never ends, does it? Or at least I'm going to have a lot of people to be able to throw into prison afterwards anyway. So unfortunately we may lose this one to Manding, but I think that's acceptable considering all of the other effort that's been going on. It's just unfortunately going to be one of those things. So we should be able to finish up. So our neighbour has lost war. Yep, sure. Then if we come over here, I don't think we're going to intercept them, unfortunately. And I thought so, we have a son. So that does mean... Yep, so... So that goes to my first son there. That one is going to go to my second son. Yes. Slightly aggravating. So what I'm going to do is just have a look and see if we can find this person a decent spouse. Unfortunately not, unless we want to try introducing a different genetic thing into the family. And once again, like here, and I guess we could try and find someone who has the quick trait, but I'll leave that for the moment because marital ties and alliances and whatnot aren't something that I want to be thinking about right this second. Not when we've still got an absolute ton of wars going on. So the thing is, do I want to try and go down? No, I don't think I want to go down and try and attack the Manding troops. I think we are honestly just going to have to give that No, don't want to do that. Army. And come back down here. And try and de-siege this and get a bit of war score back. Especially seeing as everyone seems to be kind of rushing around every so often. Oh wait, I'm reading it wrong. Okay, so now they are there, but we are at minus 72% for the independence faction, which is going to be quite painful. And you just suddenly lost like, let's say you just suddenly lost like 700 troops for some reason. Okay, so yes, this is going to have to be some quite delicate thoughts and processes. So we've sieged that down, so that should hopefully start ticking back up again. They can come back here down to Concord, and we're gonna fight. And we will probably lose, yeah. No kidding on that. Yep, there we go. Yep, there we go. That's unfortunate. That is very unfortunate for us. Yes, we've just been defeated. One of our people has been slain. We can unlock a new stewardship perk though. So if we go for collect tax. Actually, wait. Centralization, development growth plus 0.3. That's not as major. We want to increase a bit more tax and make sure that we keep our accounts going during wartime. So where are we going to be going? Okay, so we have our people here, and I think for the moment we will just stay and wait and try and reinforce a tiny bit before we have even more people come and attack us. Okay, yes. Councillor just died again. How many people am I going to have to keep on replacing? Okay, you're angry you're not on the council. You're half decent. There you go. I don't really care about this anymore. I've got too many other things going on. Okay, so we have 13,000 troops. So let's see if we can potentially swing around to the independence faction because they are at 99%. Nope, there we go. Defeat. Okay, well that wipes out the other war though. That wipes out the other war for us. Because they are not part of our territory, but we can potentially take it back at a later date, I think. So we have a truce. So they are hindered from declaring war on me. But am I... So we are hindered from declaring war on this area. And they're about to lose it to Manding. Okay, we are hindered from declaring war on them. Yep, so declare war, break the truce. Okay, so it is a bilateral one rather than how it was historically and previously, where if you were the defending forces, you could declare war against whoever had attacked you. Oh, this one's actually a lot closer than I anticipated. We are going to lose. Are we? Oh goodness, this is close. Oh. Oh, I don't think I've ever seen a battle that close before. So we've gained a level of fame. And yeah, so we want to go over here. So yes, defeat, I know that. So we could ransom this person. Ooh, for 50 gold. Yep, let's do that. We need a bit more money. We can always use more money. You are slightly angry you're not on the council. Is there anyone we can get rid of? Yes. Is there anyone Who wants to be on the council that is not? No. And yes, increase opinion, I know about that. So let's see how the inheritance is going now. So first son, first son, first son. Okay, so it's all pretty much the same. It's just more that I don't control this territory down here anymore. 35 years time, we will be able to go back and fight them. Potentially bring it back into the fold and maybe actually own it rather than have it given to someone else. So someone is raiding us. Yeah, I can see they're commanding again. We unfortunately don't really have the forces to contend with that, as we do have a bunch of money though. I think, so increased size, that will be 55 and 110 for that. This one will be 90, then another 90 and 75. Yes, let's get this one up a bit more so we actually have a few more forces. We don't want to be reinforcing it as much as we can help. So took someone prisoner, we can enforce demands, so be it. And okay, he was released, so we won that war because we pretty much just captured him. And if we head back into our territory, then we can disband and let our forces recover a bit for the next attack. So can we... Yep, disband. There we go, so we're now plus 5.2. We can do that because we are going to just be losing the tiniest little bit of money on that one. So who else? They're hostile for raiding. You don't have an ally. Your military strength would be similar. Yours is inferior. So we do still have some territories we can take for Mali. And then you have an ally with that person there. So you're similar and you're similar. So if we kind of start kind of sweeping around here and we can see how things go. Oh, and we are actually now making money again. So Illustrious is the 4th level of fame. Hang on a minute. Distinguished 3rd level. Okay. Piety, we are dutiful, which is just the 1st level. Could we, theoretically... Okay, no, we do need to be the 4th level Illustrious. Okay. But for now, I think we will just settle down for the moment and let things recover. Oh. Oh. So while we are doing that, DD, mind if I ask you a few questions? So obviously it seems like you play Crusader Kings and Europa Universalis. Any other Paradox Grand Strategy games that you play and enjoy, just out of curiosity? I mentioned earlier that I have Europa Universalis 4, but I've never played it. And I have also played a few bits and pieces of Stellaris, and I have streamed a bit of that before. But those honestly tend to be my 2 main, like, Paradox Grand Strategy games. I do have a bunch of other Paradox published games, like Surviving Mars and whatnot. So anyway, let's go here. So yep, defensive measures. So what do we have next? Organised muster rolls, so that will be brilliant. Time to perk next. Timer to next perk, sorry. If I try and talk too quickly, I tend to mash up all my words together. So the next perk will be in 3 years, which should be before any of these are really allowed to declare war on us. So we should have some... Okay, so you want lower county control, which is just basically peasants. Vassals cannot join factions. So these two... Okay, I have you imprisoned. Let me just see, is your son any, or child any good? So we could ransom you for 50 gold. And get some money back, so you do hold property. Yep, so let's do that. Once again, get a bit of money back into our coffers. And it also said that we can are now into the early medieval period, though we are still studying onagers, which should take us 7 years. Yeah, and then obviously the next one we want to have a look at, well, a fair few different things. Battlements is probably going to be the best one, but it determines where our exposure is. As we are the head of the culture, we can just basically point on whatever we want, and we can say that this is our current cultural fascination. And no, I don't want a concubine. So that can send us an ultimatum in 4 months, so we will honestly just sit on our military forces and just keep waiting for them to increase. I think we are actually, yep, we are at, we've got 300 of those. So let's increase those to 4, just to get that up and raised a little bit more. And then how can we increase these? Will be, yep, there we go. So peasant rebel starts a war. So which ones were actually in that? So is Massin and Wallata and military. So increased autonomy for 10. Oh, excuse me, sorry. Getting a bit stuffy. And let me just take a bit of a drink again because I'm getting a bit stuffy and blocked up at the moment. I apologise. So yes, I think we will declare a war, raise all armies. Okay, there we have them, so we can come through and start fighting them, and we will win decisively. Obviously, more people, more fighters, better commanders, all that good stuff. So just celebrating our victory there, and as before, we will come over here and defeat them. And this should get us near enough to 100%, if not complete. Yep. 100%, there we go. Enforce demands. And yep. So unfortunately, control is a little bit lower than I would necessarily like. Faith is the wrong ones. So that 18 years. Yes, okay, you are already there, halfway through, more or less. So is there anything that I can do to increase the control? So promote culture. Okay, I don't know quite where you were. Probably in one of the territories that we lost in one of our wars. You are... Yeah, the thing is, you're pretty decent in terms of stewardship, but you're worse than the other person, which is unfortunate. Yeah, just slightly annoyingly. So, Henda is my daughter. So let me actually just send my son over there. Yes, I know there's low control in various countries. And disband all of our armies. So anyway, what can we build here? So slave raids. Slave raids and the resultant human trafficking that they bring are often beautiful facts of life for those in or near the Sahel. The money such raiding brings in can be too lucrative to forego, and men of settlements raid each other sporadically. Recently, slavers from Sorsol have been fervently targeting how profitable. And no, we don't want to do that and change the control. So we'll do halt this barbarianism. So we did actually have our steward. So if we actually do that, yes, increase control, so then we can actually potentially... So it won't decrease the cost because we already have a slight decrease on that, but it will take us a lot shorter amount of time, or we could build something else if we wanted to. So does this actually say... There we go. So developing county and professional workforce. And yeah, let's go for military camps there and get that one building up. And these are all a lot more involved and detailed, so those are new. So anyway, so these are just general new buildings, a new duchy building. We also have a new special building, which is a grand temple, but that's going to take almost a grand for us to get through. So that's going to take a while, but we will leave that there for the moment. What do we have up here that is saying? We could transfer vassal. Okay, daughter-in-law, no special traits. So that does remind me to actually have a look at someone for our grandson. So he's 6, she's 9. So yes, let's actually just reinforce that quick trait and hopefully get it passed up a lot more. So our son is bossy, so you've been put... Yeah, bossy children often do well with a stewardship education, so that is all fine. We can create a duchy. Our granddaughter can marry, so we want to make sure we have matrilineal. And did you have... No, you did not have any special traits. So do we want to try and marry you to someone who has the intelligent trait and get that back in? Yes, I think so. If we just kind of double down and reinforce that, even though he absolutely despises me. So anyway, we were looking at this and we could move this person over because you are not a de jure liege. So the Duchy of Yan. Yes, okay, so that would be, yes, that would make sense. So we now have a truce with that person for 10 years, and our son, once again, I think we will just put our son, or our first son, to educate our second son. Let me say it that way. So once again, anyone who's expecting to be on the council, nope. Or at least not for the intelligence one. So betrothed to your half-sister. Okay. Let me honestly just see if there is anyone else in that family that has an interesting trait. There is not. And let's see. And let me just have a look. Okay, still no people with the pure blood or pure-blooded trait. In my other game, which I keep saying about the test run, I did find someone who had the pure-blooded trait, married her in, and unfortunately the people who were getting that trait were either girls or they were like not getting any of the other family traits really. How much is this to upgrade it? 142. So yes, I think we want to do that when we get some more money in. New stewardship perk, so we obviously want the upgraded muster rolls. Then we'll go for centralization next. Then we could go popular figurehead, upgrade our domain limit, and then get architect and hopefully just start really reinforcing building things. So my Hogon recently received a donation of gold from his state of wealthy but childless landholder. Claimed the departed lived a very frugal and pious life, wished for the gold to go where it could do good. Hogon insisted I received part of the donation. Interesting. So I could gain 50 gold and that would actually help me get up those or upgrade that military camps. So it deserves the entire donation, which is only 25 more gold, or give it to the poor in my name. So yes, it will indeed serve the realm, as it will be used to upgrade the camp or the military camps in our capital. So yes, it is going for the good of the realm. It's helping us build up armies to defend ourselves and support the land some more. Let me just have a look. So we've been live for about 2 hours. Ooh, and apparently my wife just gained the trait architect. That is nice. So that helps us bump up our own stewardship a little bit as well. A culture clash. So most of the commoners living in this okay, the one I took from my marshal when he rebelled against, or my spy master. Though proud of their traditions, it does not sit well with them that they must serve a foreigner like myself when my neighbour, someone who is not part of our realm, shares their culture and history. So teach them the superiority of the Soninke culture. So 57% that they change, 43% they refuse. Do not care if they keep their weird traditions, so local traditions respected, or their feelings are irrelevant. I am their ruler, so local traditions disrespected. Nice, so that was a 50-50 roll, but they have indeed changed over to the same culture. And oh, unfortunately my realm priest has just passed away. So that is quite sad. So we need to find someone. I was going to say we need to find someone new, but no, someone has already been slotted in into his place. And you are, yep, you look like the best person that is available, so I have no issues with that. So you are converting faith and you've got 5 years left. That's there, and I think once you're done there, we'll go over here and try and convert that one as well. We've broken 3,000 troops. That is a nice sight to see. I'm surprised we've actually gone through all of this and we don't have that much stress, and also we are still alive. I'm pretty sure in my test run that my ruler had died way before all of this. So, ooh, peace treaty with you. Okay, that is in our realm anyway, so it doesn't matter. So can I actually declare war? Yes, but only for one thing. So I would need 500 piety to go to war against that, as well as obviously the next level of fame, which... So my claims, once again, only one. Mending. So you are allied to this person, who is all the way over there. So they won't be coming around too soon, even if they do get pulled in. So declare war. So my claims would be on these 3 territories here. Conquer the counties is... Yeah, so we could go for our... Okay, which one is that? Okay, I'm seeing it, but I'm not seeing it. Okay, I'm seeing it, but I'm not seeing it. Oh wait, no, because that's not my claims, that's just a Conquer County thing. Okay. I get it. So we could go for that one, and then we obviously have an option to go for the various details. So we'd need to come over here for that one. Actually, shall we? So yes, we would want to go for that one. For the moment, we will leave it and just think about some other ones. Let me just check the map again. So yes, you would. I'm just trying to think of the best way to approach this, because it's basically just all of these ones in yellow that we need. So Loma might be a good one. No, because they require both. Okay, what happened there? Okay, that's just the finished construction of that. So what would we need for this one? So we need to keep building all its upgrades. And we need the Burrs innovation. Okay, that's fine. Pastoral lands. Yeah, we need a bunch more money for that. And so we could potentially go for marches when we have a bit more money as well. Tax offices could be nice, but we are earning enough money, I would think. Leisure parishes, archery grounds, blacksmiths could be tempting, as could jousting grounds. But yeah, I think we'll probably go for marches. Yeah, I think we'll just save up and look into marches when we can for that. So if we were to go to war against you... So yep, we gain the contested title. And we have 800... Okay, we've probably got enough, yep. Let's do that. Raise all armies. Because we can connect it down to this area as well. So potentially give this person... No, because they are two completely different duchies. So no, we don't want to do that. So let's come down here and wait for them to start battling. Oh, okay. Someone converted culture. Not quite too, okay, it is in our culture group, right? So that should be less of an issue. So we've pretty much got that one. Yep, there we go. And then we can stay here and siege this. Music, seriously, chill out! So Chancellor has a contract which is quite lenient. Let's have a look at that. No, I wouldn't consider that lenient because he does have quite high feudal taxes. There's no special contract. And feudal levels are normal. So I pay 105 and his taxes are increased. What would that even get me? So 0.4 to 0.6. But I can persuade him. 90% chance to accept. 80% chance. Nope. Gain 20 stress and extra 40 because we are shy. We could bully him into it. Or, yeah, loyalty is worth more than levies. Especially seeing as more levies, I think, translates into more people anyway. Yeah, I thought so. Okay, so we are actually in another battle here. But we should be more or less. Yep, we're okay. So unfortunately 2 of our councillors have died. So yeah. Steward, are you good at anything else? No. So you are 10 versus 8 and Chancellor 4 versus 8. So yeah, you're better there. And you are better there. Okay, so we've won that battle. Captured someone. So wife and spy master. Neither of them useful in terms of war score in any way. And we will continue with this siege. So we can actually get the territory down. Apparently because this person only owns like these or little area, they're basically retreating back up to here, reinforce, and then they're coming back down here to fight. And honestly, anyway, centralization, yep. So they're just basically gonna ping back, forth and back and forth, and just continually getting absolutely smashed against my forces from the looks of it. How long is your siege going to last? 9 months. So yeah, you are unfortunately going to win out against us in that before too long. But hopefully we'll be able to manage it before then. Put it back up to 3 speed if we can. Please keyboard keep working. Okay, so that's another battle won, so 42%. We are not at the maximum for battles quite yet. So current situation. So this is my granddaughter. You are intelligent, I think that trait is. So anyway, age. So we've got a 39-year-old who has the same trait, so that will definitely get passed down and reinforced. So we'll send that through. So you have not produced any children yet. You've only just turned 16. You've only just turned 10 and you are 3 with no traits. But we could get either robust. Yes, I think we will get robust into the family just with her. You, let's have a look. Who can we get you betrothed to? So we've got an 8-year-old with Hale or a 4-year-old with Pretty. We'll go for that one. And you are almost of age, so we will come through here, and an 8-year-old with robust. I mean, okay, that makes him 7 years younger, but yeah, we'll do that. And we will just focus on that. Oh, actually, I can call him in then. Yes, call to war. Nope. So what do I want you? So this one. Yep, okay. You can bring in a few more troops. That will help. Unfortunately, this does mean I cannot declare war because we have an alliance together. So unless I want to break that, it won't go as I want. So, and you are... Okay, so you are just a regular vassal. That is fine. And you accept the betrothal. You accept the betrothal. There we go. So he's been called into the war, so he should be able to go up and fight those almost 2,500 forces up there, hopefully. Hopefully I'll be able to see him on... Okay, fort level is too high. Add better siege men at arms to finish the siege faster. Well, I mean, it makes sense. Quite a lot of things going on, and I don't think we'd actually finished researching. No, we are just there for onagers, basically. So gained a level of devotion. That's always nice. So we are currently 2nd level. And next one is devoted servant. So that gives us a +5 opinion, and we're about halfway there to illustrious. Yeah, and I was going to say someone's raiding up here, so that's annoying, but no, that's independent territory now. So we have 7 months left on that, and they're just about... Yep, there they go. So -5%. Unfortunately, I think they're going to smash us around quite a bit. That area is under siege. Okay, so daughter has become of age. 2-star military. That's okay. So you are a folder. Yep, that's fine. So yes, there is about 8 years difference between them, but because in Crusader Kings 3, women seem to stay fertile for a few years longer than in Crusader Kings 2, it doesn't matter as much. And yes, we will probably lose. Can we actually get a better commander? Do we have a better person? No, we do not. That is annoying. So this is unfortunately going to also impact all of our siege progress as well here. Yep, there we can go. Yep, we are losing. So our champion has maimed somebody, but that's not going to work too much, seeing as we are just completely defeated. So a commoner was slain. So my granddaughter given birth to a son. Nope, nothing special. Oh wait, okay, yes, granddaughter. Okay, so that was... No, okay, it's this person. My grand's... Yeah, I was getting confused there. So yes, unfortunately we have probably lost that battle quite definitively unless we manage to come back here and reinforce and group up our soldiers, which I don't think is going to happen. I just want to check. Yep, we do have our men-at-arms and everything done. That will be discovered in about 13 days. Oh, gained 150 prestige. That is nice to see. So unfortunately, even if we do get onagers, we are not going to be able to afford them. So the question is, okay, so Ledger gives us +1 domain. West African canoes. Doesn't look like we've got a fascination on any of those. There we go. Household soldiers is our current exposure. So +3 to men-at-arms regiments and +1 to the max number. So 36 years, we will select it. So that gives us 23 years instead. So we can have a look at that. So we are unfortunately at 24, or now 8% for this. So how long will it take us to actually reinforce this, do we think? Probably quite a good long while. We have well supplied, so +20 a month. Ah, there we go, +121 a month on the levies. So we can wait it out. It's just going to be a bit of a nail biter in terms of how long we can actually afford to wait before we can go towards this person, who is apparently a fornicator. 2 children, one of them a bastard, one of them a child of a concubine, and he himself is a fornicator. I've just realised what that is. That is not a nutcracker, that is burning loins. Right, that explains things a bit better. So actually, if we gradually move across, yes, let's go all the way. Let's unsiege that area, because we should have quite a few territories there that we can go against now. We are unfortunately going to be running out of money at some point, unless we can scavenge together something. Oh, there you are, finally! Jeez. No. Okay, they're going to lose. They are going to lose. Yep. Very disappointing in that. But hopefully we should be able to get through this siege and start bringing back some forces for us. Oh, I don't know why they're walking away like they've lost. Okay, granddaughter has a daughter. So yep, that has been the intelligent trait reinforced. So may you grow strong and wise. And unfortunately no one really appropriate. Okay, so I'm going to say, where is their territory that we need to go and fight through? Can I actually tell you? Can I do something. No, 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 I didn't want to do that. I wanted to do this. It's like, can I actually tell you to come and link to me, but it doesn't look like it. Okay, so that just looks like a general bit. So if we siege this down. Oh, that's occupied by this person, so go ahead, knock yourself out. Unsiege that, be my guest. We've got 5 months left on this. That's going to go a lot quicker because there's a smaller force there defending it. It all looks good. Aside from levy desertations, levy size minus 5% is not really what we want right now. Okay, so we've... No, pause. Goodness. So if we come back over here, because we really need to start fighting you again. Okay, who are you? You are a neutral army. I don't quite know why you're walking across. So, granddaughter, so... Okay, we got some kind of genetic trait for you. Once again, not really anyone worthwhile. So, potential battle, we will probably win. It's not even, so actually let's just stay here. And go back and siege this place down. Okay, another perk. Popular figurehead, so that should nicely increase everyone's opinion of us. Okay, so it looks like you're trying to chase them down, which is nice because that means that obviously we may not have to deal with them ourselves. Okay, that siege has been won. Okay, let's go around here. I think you are trying to go back to reinforce your own armies. Nope, you are sieging that area. So my treasury is empty, larder baron. Even the rats have been sold to pay for my expenses. So you are my vassal, because apparently your father died. And okay, so scrutinize the ledgers for anything that can help. 63% of gaining 50, 36% do not find anything and gain 20 stress. This person gets me 50, but I gain 20 stress. Spend 100 piety and gain 50 gold. Or tighten my belt and save what I can. Gain 25 gold, but gain 60 stress because I'm gluttonous. So let's go for this one. Obviously 50 is not going to be near enough to get us out of debt, but we can actually go forwards. Okay, we are finally going to capture you, apparently on 2 sides as it looks like as well. There we go. That's what I wanted to see. And then we will come back here and hopefully my ally will go across there and start sieging their territory down. Because obviously that is the war that they are focused on rather than this one, which is just solely me. Yep. Okay, so we are sieging down for this battle, they are sieging down for that one, and hopefully we will be able... Ooh! That's always interesting when we manage to completely siege down someone. Oh wait, nope, we don't need to siege them. We want to come and siege down here, don't we? So chances are even. No, what are you doing? I wanted you back up there to siege that. Oh, it said chances are even, but nope, we are still winning that very, very handily. So we can 18 months for this one. Yes, that's going to take quite a while. And we are going to do the annoying thing again where it's going to ping back and forth. To fight us, go back, fight us, go back. Oh, let's just get rid of those. And this one, yes, I know I'm in debt. Business can be ransomed. Let's ransom you. 10 gold won't do much. But it will be a little bit more help. So why is it saying that? Okay, because we're not holding the objective. That's why, because we keep on getting interrupted. Our siege keeps on getting interrupted. Hey. So daughter-in-law, nope. Go away. I'm not interested. Well, at least that's just down to 14 months from 18 now. Yes, thankfully all the battles we're doing are keeping us at 50%. So we can just keep sieging down here. So we should be able to just keep going. As much as they keep liking to ping back and fight us. Okay, are you actually... Have you finally... Nope, you haven't. A empty council position. Anyone who is powerful or wants to be on the council? Yes, I keep forgetting that you're not good at anything. Always annoying. Okay, that does go beyond 100. There we go. I was hoping for that. So enforce demands. So be it. And this is once more a trouble holding. So let's find the highest stewardship person who doesn't have any territory. And give it to you. And then we can come back up here. And fight on this battle. And then once this is done, hopefully no more fights. At least for a little while. Divided attention, +1 domain limit. Or +2 domain limit, rather. So granary infestation. Nothing to plant for next year. Ultimately be forced to accept whatever term. So what happens here? So resentful. Thirst proper. Take pity on them and open my grain stores. Lose 50 gold, gain 50 piety, gain 20 stress, but they gain a grateful. Command the Hogans to give them charity, so we spend. Yeah, let's go for that one because obviously we're gluttonous, so we want to keep as much to ourselves as we can. Okay, betrothed can marry. Yep. We will go for that. Okay, and thankfully our spouse is way too old to even think about producing any children. Okay, so you have one son, and yes, I think you're a bit too old as well. So we may lose a couple of territories, but we are probably going to be okay in the long run. Oh, okay, we won that siege. Let's go over here and help out with that. Oh, gained 50 gold, that's nice to see. So there we go. So one of our newly controlled territories is under siege, but I don't think that is going to be anything worthwhile. We're down to almost just 1 month left. Okay, so second son, 3, level 3 stewardship education, which is not bad. And how old are you? You are 10. You will be coming of age in 6 years, which is decent enough. There we go, 100%. Enforce demands, so be it. So that is just basically us turning to you and going, nope, you're not having any of our territories. So do I want to allow us? Yeah, so we're about halfway. We've lost about half of our men-at-arms regiment, so we will just let that go through. And we enforce as much as we can. So, do we have no current factions, decisions? We could sell minor titles. We'll gain 80 gold, but we will lose 500 prestige because obviously just selling things off is not a good method, and we are actually almost at illustrious. So spouse glittering opportunity, approached by this woman, suggested an arrangement between the two of us. Since you could use some financial aid and I could use some social assistance. And so we will borrow 50 gold. We need to use the repay loan decision. Every courtier gains 20 opinion of her. Donate to the temple instead. We gain 100 piety. Or donate to the poor. Yes, donate to the poor. So, level of glory is widely known. That has absolutely nothing to do with the fact that we could thusly declare war on him for the duchy, being as we have it more than enough prestige for it now. And obviously we are being told quite a few things about our neighbouring wars. And you know what? Speaking of wars, let's actually go up here. So, who won? So King William II the Red of England. So was your father, perhaps? Yep, King William I, the Conqueror. So when did you die? Died from your wounds just earlier this year. So House Normandy, Kingdom of England. Title History, there we go. So Harold Godwinson inherited, was slain in a duel on the 26th of April. Then conquered by King William I, who obviously, as we saw, just died of his wounds earlier in the year. And then we have King William II the Red. So who is your primary heir? So interesting. So Prince Gerald. Okay, so I can see you down here under siblings. So what kind of succession law? Male preference, partition, all children inherit equally. So this is your heir then. Second in line, who is frail. Third in line, who is spindly. Interesting. And of course, King William the Conqueror had quite a few. So brilliant strategist, aggressive attacker. Lover's pox though. Legitimised bastard, as we know from history. Gallant, athletic, strategist, rakist, wounded, which is what he eventually died of. Apparently you just got remarried to some random person in France. Okay, fair enough. So that's going mostly along with history. King William I has won England. And we're about halfway through to the next stewardship focus, which will be architect. Yep. And then we will need to decide where we go from there if we want to try and do some diplomacy, learning. So wait, we have 25, 25, 27, 25 and 25. So these will be about 3.5 years to get the next one. We are 63 years old. Yes, it might be worth kind of just thinking about potentially maybe hunkering down, building our gold reserves back up, possibly going to war against Manding as a last ditch thing. As if we fail, well. Ooh, the spouse. Okay, right. So she probably died of gout. Yeah, died gout-ridden. So rest in peace. So we want to find you a spouse, and probably we want to maybe get someone who can bump up a few of your skills that you are slightly lacking in. You are 44 years old yourself. Let me just have a look. Anyone who might be appropriate. Actually, we'll sort by age just because we want to make sure that they are not going to be 3, 7, 14. Is that maybe? Because I mean, Marshall could be quite a useful one. 7. Honestly tempted to go for this person here. Like, pretty decent stats across the board. She's a bit older. Chance of children, none, but that will just give you some extra work. So that does mean that we have 3 granddaughters, 1 grandson. You have great-grandson, great-granddaughter, so there's not overly going to be too much hassle from you. Daughter, and neither of you two are old enough quite yet. So this is actually going quite well. So we obviously do have our second son here. We've got 6 years to wait for her to come of age. But most of... Wait, who are you married to? Oh, my grandson. Oh, ooh. That worked out nice. There we can see that they both just have the quick trait, but it did get pushed up to intelligent for our great-grandson. So I think I will just pin you. And then we will go back here. So we want inheritable traits, and we want to make sure you are fertile. So we could marry you to our great-granddaughter. And yes, I can see and hear the very epic Christian-esque music. So I could get those two married, seeing as they are both quick. Or not quick, but intelligent, that's the word. And that could potentially get us a genius. Anyway, Christian pilgrims to the Holy Land suffer all manner of abuse and their routes are fraught with danger. Pope Calestinus has accepted the possibility of an outright invasion by joint Christian forces. So, this now means that Christian faiths have access to crusades. Anyway, let's go back up here. One of our councillors has just died. Apparently an alliance has expired as well. So, oh my goodness. Okay, 27, yep. You ought to be there and you definitely earned it. Let me have a look at some of the others. So our Chancellor is absolutely atrocious but doesn't consider himself powerful. So we will put you there in his place. And because you are at 15, yep, you have no potential for a negative outcome on anything. You are still increasing the development in our capital. Let me just have a look at that. Okay, yep. So that doesn't say how long it's going to be there for, unfortunately. So, whose alliance did we lose then? No, okay, it wasn't that one. So apparently... well, okay. May not be getting many children out of that relationship then. Okay, anyway, remove that. Yes, one of the other options, or one of the other considerations for being in Ghana with all of these separated individual counties and duchies is that people are going to war against each other. Okay, so we could get development growth +5, 350 prestige, or debase them. So 64% gain 50 gold, 36% spend 150. So this one would give us 100 stewardship experience, but we are almost there. So I think, because it doesn't actually cost us anything, we'll just do that. Get ourselves an extra 350 prestige. There we go. New stewardship perk, architect. Now we do want to have a look. So shall we try and go for scholarship? Focus. I think we should, yes. So try and get that up a bit, and we want to, if that is the case, go over to patronage. Actually, no, I don't think that... no, that doesn't change anything for us, does it? No, so we'll go back to actually manage domain. Powerful vessel expects a council position. Ooh, so you have got a very bad trait there, feeble. No, apparently you are feeling fine. So who just died? Yes. No, that was almost a year ago. So why are you suddenly considering that you are powerful? I don't know. Maybe you just upgraded your things. So okay, well we can't create that anyway. Is that actually... no, it's not part of what we'd want for the Kingdom of Mali, but it would be what we want for the Empire. So, okay, another child. So, no genetic traits. Generic. Quick. Yep, may you grow strong and wise. Etc, etc, etc. I am honestly actually waiting for us to outlive at least one of our sons. He's 46. So let me just have a look. Okay, yeah, everything that would go to our first son will be going to our grandson, if that was the case. Okay, why are we suddenly ping-ponging around on the gold we're earning? Is that... Ah! Because this can't actually reinforce until we are at a positive level. I got it. Got it. We will just increase our money for the moment. Apparently we're getting a lot more money out of that than we are actually out here. I wonder why that is. Reduced by 100% due to low county control. Okay. How can we fix that? So promote culture. Nope. Increase control. There we go. Granddaughter, another son. Okay, so it's at least a little bit more balanced. And yeah, the odds of that getting any kind of genetic trait in was... What? Oh, come on. So from other county modifiers, so we're basically getting nothing out of that. So lackluster administration. Okay, so hopefully that should last another 18 months. Just because we kind of ran out of money. But how long will it take our men-at-arms? So minus 3.1, so let's just do that. Yeah, so we're going to have to balance that out a bit. Okay, someone can marry, so this is our first son. And a random courtier who has the pretty trait. A new perk for the learning lifestyle. Okay, and our men-at-arms are fully back. So anatomical studies. Court positions cost less to hire. Court position treatments have better outcome. Cultural fascination progress, yes. Just get that one up. So household soldiers should be discovered in about 9 years then. So county of Sorsor would be... So what is this? So successful business endeavours, plus 5% tax, plus 5% development growth. Control level will increase. Or talk about local affairs is beneath me, so let me just have a look. So control, yes. Leave that opportunity to them and we will get a tiny bit more money. So beneficial deal, yep. Building construction costs. A random daughter with just one genetic trait. Or great-granddaughter, I should say. Yeah, we are living for an awful lot longer than my last attempt. Which I guess is a nice thing. At least we're not having to contend with various things battling around and whatnot. Okay, so we've got 2 more slots. So what do we want to go for? Obviously something that would increase our tax would be quite nice. Farms and fields. Yeah, let's go for that. Desert agriculture, just to make things a bit more important there. Yep. Arrange that marriage. And then another child. Ooh, you actually have 3. So unfortunately, yes, we are a little limited in just how many people are around. Let's actually see. So I'm presuming our prestige is going up because we have a... Okay, no, it's not that. It was renown that increases. Yet 17 living members gives us plus 0.34. So I may have to start giving territory. Oh, there we go. Okay, I was expecting that to kind of occur a lot sooner. But anyway, so passed away at 70 years of age. So he lasted 34 years. So 49 wars, 3 offensive and 6 defensive. So died of old age, was the cultural head, was illustrious, faithful, was lifestyle learning, and had those 2 perks. So let's see here. So we are still the cultural head, we are established and faithful versus illustrious and faithful. So continue. And I think actually this might be a good idea to take a little bit of a break. So let me just get that started up. We just want a quick mission. And yeah, I'll set that through and we will be back in 15 minutes. Okay, fed and watered myself, fed and watered my kitty, got up, stretched. So let's get back to this. So we had just paused as our first ruler died. Now we are playing as his son, who is 50 years old. We have lost a couple of territories because we did have a second child, but for now let's just continue as this person. Oh, okay, we were already paused, so let's just take a moment to have a look at where we are. So our brother has 2 bits of territory here and here, which is more or less okay, I guess. He is married to a 17-year-old who has the pretty trait, so we will be seeing if she picks that up in any regards. One of her brothers has the lunatic trait. Prince Dyer himself has no genetic traits, neither do we. Our spouse is exceptional when it comes to military. I'm not 100% sure if she can actually be a commander or not. But anyway, she was married because she has got good stats all across the board and will help us in our rulership. We ourselves have a learning focus and we have a massive 29 in learning. So partly because of base of 9, astute intellectual, a level 3 education trait. We have scholar from the learning tree and also scholarly circles, so learning per level of devotion plus 2. Unfortunately, our prestige is absolutely in the tank, probably because we weren't ruling in any kind of proper measure. So which claims do we have still? So I can't see where that one is. Okay, that must be... Okay, that is in our territory. That one is outside of it, as is that one. And these 2 as well. So if we were to perhaps go to war, let's have a look. So we can do a per county conquest, so we could go through here, but we do need 150 prestige. Unfortunately, we do not, or we cannot afford that. So we would lose 300 prestige and become effectively disgraced. So secular opinion -10 and number of knights -1. So what do we have at the moment? So no effects. We are gaining +2 a month. Near enough. So what could we actually do? So held counties, duchies, kingdoms. Unreformed, we actually get plus 20%. So we've got potentially a few options there, but for the moment we obviously need to pick our focus, and I think the smartest thing is to go through here and just continue on with our learning focus, unless of course something gets us prestige. Yes, majesty focus does, and not there. That duty focus would give us better courtier and guest opinion, and then yes, so diplomacy and the majesty focus would get us some things. Do we actually want anything else? So I think, unfortunately, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, that is going to be slightly annoying. So what educations are our children getting or given? Okay, so you are level 2 intrigue, which is, you know what? You are, however, getting an education focus. And we have a granddaughter. You are 26 years old. So we could potentially have a look at this. So could we reinforce you with someone? Yes. Unfortunately, it'd be our granddaughter. So there is probably quite a risk of inbreeding there. So we will leave that for the moment, because we want to focus on as we are at the moment. The big question is, do we want to potentially... Yes, because we would be marrying one of these children. Not any of you. And yes, it was her. Okay, so we would be marrying her off, and that's a little bit too close for my liking. Okay, well, you are married soon. So can we actually find you anyone who'd be willing? Yes, we do have someone who has intelligent but is not related. So chance of children, medium. So yes, we will go for that, and we'll just keep an eye out for any other intelligent children born from that. So empty council positions. Okay, pretty much our entire council is empty. Yes, I think if we just stay here, focus on theology, and then we can go down the theologian tree, and hopefully we can get somewhere before too long. Let's actually just have a look. We are still focusing on household soldiers. Good. Good. So we should be getting a good amount of piety a month. Let's see, how much would it cost us to reform? So current fervour is 0%, so we don't get any benefit from that. Probably because we are likely at, yes, 100% fervour. Okay, so anyway, let's start filling in the blanks. You would be a better steward than a chancellor, actually. A marshal, so 12 and 10. Actually, no, I want to put my steward there, as annoying as it's going to be, because you... Yes, you are a half-decent steward. You are a decent spy master. Yes, okay, I'll put you in this way. Go around. So what are you? And I don't want seat on the council in short reign. whereas you have quite a few different, like, basically you are never going to really like me, I don't think. Or put you in there instead. And champions. Let me just see what is our wife's prowess? 9. So it doesn't look like we can actually have... Yeah, so it doesn't look like we can necessarily have our wife as one. So, slight disappointment. So we're gaining 3 prestige a month. So that is unfortunately going to take us 200 months. Like 18, 19 years to get out of that hole. Presuming, of course, we aren't going to get random things. So Kadama is disabled, which I keep on getting and I can never quite figure out why. It's like, it's a different faith, yeah, but that doesn't have anything to do with it. So reduced tax due to low county control, reduced levies due to low county control, yeah. But, like, why is that? Why is it saying it's disabled? Because it's a castle. It's absolutely fine. Temple is held by Mahogon. The city is held by someone else. Yeah, I don't know why that just keeps on happening. Anyway, low county control, yes. So let's actually just unpause and let 1 day pass. There we go. Then we can have a look at things. So convert faith, so we've got just them there. Integrate title, cannot do that. Collect taxes. Development growth, promote culture. So that will be 5 years and that will be 4 years. Let's actually go over here. Yes. They increase control. Yes, so we want to definitely make sure that so you are already doing that, so that should be done in some vague amount of time. Court. Yep, let's search for a physician. Do we know any schemes or hooks? Does not look like it. We don't have any factions just yet. We can actually embrace celibacy. So I wonder if that gives us anything. So gain the trait celibate. So plus piety, plus clergy opinion, opinion of revelers, and opinion of seducers. So yes, if we do that, then we are now celibate. I mean, it doesn't matter much because our wife is 57, so there is no chance of having any kind of children with her anyway. It just helps us bump up our piety even more. So, prestige. So yes, okay, so we do get a tiny boost from our diplomacy. So we can go here and actually court politics. It only increases it by 0.2. That, yes, that is going to take a while for us to actually get back where we were. So declare war. So we can go for that. So conquer duchy. So we can't do that because our fame is less than illustrious, and because they are the same faith, we will need to spend 500 of that. Is there anything else we can do? So offer concubine or buy a claim. Pay piety to gain a claim. On titles, offer vassalage. Total minus 71, not wife or liege. Different culture group. Yeah. So that won't be happening anytime soon. Off vassalage. He's at war. That won't work. You're also at war, so that won't work. There we go. So court position. So Dua has 16. And yeah, she is renowned. renowned position, or we could get or we could actually go for a third option. Oh, there she is, right down there. So anyway, so he has level 21 but no actual position skills. I just clicked on the wrong one. Anyway, never mind. Oh well. So I lose some stress. Do I have some? Yes, I do have a bit of stress. So we can probably unpin both of those, seeing as they are my grandchildren now, and we are aware of them and where they necessarily are. And we obviously need to get some kind of gold together as well. So, oh yeah, she's a fornicator. So that is, I'm not going to worry about that. I could create the duchy here. So who owns that? I own that, someone else owns that, and someone else owns that. So I could do it. Do I have... Okay, I have one kingdom and one duchy title. You can actually tell here because the kingdom title you can see has a crown. The duchy title has a silver one, and then just the counties are kind of bronze. So if we go over to our brother here, you can see county and county. So who would actually inherit all of this? Yeah, prince, prince, prince. And then obviously our grandson would inherit all of the rest of it pretty much. Okay, so we do have one here who has the hail trait. We've got one person here who has Amazonian. Thing is, do I want to risk trying to bring Amazonian before we've got genius? What does it say about consecrating the bloodline or strengthen the bloodline? You have a trait from the Bright Minds group, which is intelligent. Beautiful characters group, which is the flower one, and the physical specimens group, which is the like Herculean. Oh, and at least one of these, genius, beautiful, or Herculean. Okay, so you only need one of those at the top level to reinforce it. Okay, and consecrate it. So why do we not? We are missing. So we need to be at level 5, level of devotion, and we need to be an organised thing. So Paragon. So forever enshrined as a holy bloodline under divine protection. That could be something interesting to have a look at, though we will need to save up a lot of piety for that. Yeah. Yeah, so that's going to take a while. I could obviously completely reform it. So what does Scholar give us? Hostile schemes, sanctioned loopholes. So we could actually... Yes. So research perks. Okay. I'm overwhelmed by stress, but what we are going to do is go down here and cultivation and scholarly circles and learn on the job, and then we are going to go down faithful, zealous potalizer, religious icon, and then profit. So yes, we have been overwhelmed by stress, so we'll then buy a few things on the way. We will gain the trait Legate, lose 15 stress but lose 75 gold, which we cannot do about it. Cancel plans, which will gain 40 stress. So talk to someone about it. So diplomacy +1 and stress loss -20%. So we will lose 30 stress. Yep, that sounds good actually. We will do that. So we're no longer overwhelmed, but we will probably need to do something about that. So we do have the gregarious trait. And we have humble, and we are also honest. So we do have, I keep on clicking on the wrong one. So if we hosted a feast, we would lose a fair amount of stress. Ooh. And talk to confidant. Okay. Ah, okay. So apparently all courtiers except the confidant will lose 10 opinion of you. Ooh, okay. That was interesting. So who is our confidant? Our sister. Or half-sister. But yes. So we will do that. I think that's a bit of a glitch there. So lose 24 stress. That's good enough for me. So we are at 66. So when we get some more money in, we'll be able to go onto a hunt. And 2.4, 3.6. 7. So that will disappear in about 8.5 years. So we can do the talk to confidant every 3 years. We obviously don't want to do that too much. Yep. Yeah, that's good enough for me. The councillor has died of wounds. So we want a new steward. You are horrible. Seriously, you are just atrocious. So we could reassign our chancellor. So from 19 to 27. Or we could just assign him, and I think 15, yep, 15 is good enough to not have any negatives. Yes, this is going to take us an awful long time. So why on earth? Okay, my daughter has had a daughter, so that she has robust. It's inherited from her father. Yep, that is perfectly fine. So apparently you have been imprisoned for whatever reason, though you're not of my dynasty, so I don't really care. So you have a truce, which was won by you. That was a subjugation war on this person here. Okay, you don't have any allies. You technically don't have any allies either. So yes, my main question is basically, do I try and go around and grab some more territory of Mali? Actually, looking at it... Ah, no, because we only... we own even less. But... let me just see. So you're 28 years old. Yes, so one son, one daughter. So if nothing else changes, your son would potentially inherit this all anyway. Let's have a look here. So 202, vastly inferior. So you do have allies. Oh, 131. Yes, I just constantly need some kind of prestige. Things to give me prestige. And I think... okay. Let's have a look. So military strength. Similar. So my claims. Yes, I would still need prestige. Conquer County. Yes, I still... this is an exercise in frustration. So you know what? We are just going to settle back, and we are just going to be very, very laid back in this. Yeah, we are going to be very laid back for this ruler, and we are just going to basically try and get up our resources as much as possible. If it so happens that we end up dying before we accomplish too much, that shouldn't be an issue, because we will just be able to see things. Okay, so we do have a dynasty tree here, and we can see, because we only really know about the rulers. Interesting that you haven't had children. Okay, you two are married, okay. So we are noteworthy, almost to the next level. And then, yes, we can see all of the children across here. What was that? Okay, just a random person being impressed. Current situation, increase opinion. Yeah. Okay, I was reading that backwards. I thought it was like, okay, we only have 3. Okay, so we are probably going to have to potentially disinherit you. That is going to be an aggravation if that happens. And yes, we can see, unfortunately, quite a lot of all of these children being born are related to us, which is not the best what we necessarily want. So anatomical studies, and let's go down the whole of body trait. And I know I'm kind of jumping around. It's because I don't necessarily want all of these traits. I think once we get, let's see, carefree, the mental resilience, know thyself, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm not quite sure. So carefree, yes. Restraint, not really that good. You know thyself. So we could go for 3 of those. I'm just not really sure. Okay, we'll leave that for now anyway. So what will it take us to disinherit? Yeah, we need 150 prestige. Thankfully, at least it seems to be going up ever so slightly, probably because we just have a few extra bits of territory and whatnot. Okay, will any of these people actually accept vassalage? No, they won't. There's different faith, not to you're a legion. Oh, okay, I didn't see that before. So this actually split apart, but they have an immense amount of strength. So you have male only partition, so divided equally. So who will own what when you die? Gosh, yes, I really can't see. Okay, so no, it's actually owned by someone, so another level of devotion. We are now devoted servant. So 3rd level, paragon of virtue. And that, once again, will take us a while to get to. So diplomatic experience, which is fine. And you are grandson. Okay, do you have any genetic traits? You do not. So let's have a look to see if there's anyone good that we can potentially get you married off to. Yes, let's go for you. Who could we get you married to, potentially? Matrilineal. Obviously someone that is not related to us. You have quick trait. And let's have a look at you. So you don't have any genetic traits either. We'll marry you off to this random 12-year-old. You, we will marry you off to this one. Yeah, I'm basically just pointing and going, yep, you'll do, you'll do, you'll do. No, nothing really there. So we'll try and keep an eye on that, but we've gotten a few other marriages and alliances. Hopefully we don't have too many on territories that we want. Age, is there someone? It's not technically, no. We've got some people who are got level 1, I think that is. Yes, Hail Robust and then Herculean. I swear I married someone to a Herculean. Okay, so we had the Christian Crusades, and now we have Muslim Jihads. So, in line for that. Okay, so you did finally have a child with no genetic traits. Those are all internal. Decision available. Talk to confidant. Shouldn't need to, though we do have quite a lot of money. So we will lose 36 stress, may gain opportunities to increase prestige. There we go. That's what I want. We want to increase our prestige. So let's go on a hunt. So, bounding through the drylands. Here's Spy Master in Quiet in Pain. So, move. I am trained in medicine. So, gain 20 opinion. Lose is wounded. And I get practice field surgery, which gives us +1 learning. Or I can go, there's no time to lose. The fox is escaping. Oh. Yes. Because I want to... Oh, I was going to say I want to increase his opinion of me. I mean, it did go +20, even though we didn't really get that great an opinion. Okay, so we want to remove the talk to confidant. And we want to notify when we can next go on a hunt. That is probably going to be the quickest way to increase our prestige. Just go on hunt after hunt after hunt. It is unfortunately going to cost us quite a bit of money, but we need that to really do anything. And speaking of, let's go and speed up. And our wife has unfortunately died. So we need to find a new spouse. Once again, preferably someone who has a high amount of stewardship. So we want to have a look at every single one. Infertile, you have 26 learning. That is tempting. Because that will just absolutely skyrocket our piety. No prestige. Although we could try and go for someone who has a high diplomatic skill. So you're delicate. No chance of children, none, but that will be absolutely fine. There we go. Hello. So that is our third wife, unfortunately. So you died gout-ridden. You just died of old age. And you are new to us. So court politics. So +12. Is that not going to increase it? Okay, I only increased it by a tiny amount. Okay, never mind. Well. Okay, so betrothed can marry. So that is our granddaughter and just a random person who doesn't have that great prowess, but is apparently a forest fighter. That could be of interest. And they should, hopefully, gain a bit of a bump in their the genius trait. You are a thinker. Oh, I'm going through the wrong people. I was wondering why that was so different. Okay, so rowdy children often do best with a martial education. And you are 11 years old. Unfortunately, you are arrogant. Educate child. Yep, we will do that. Okay, so someone is up against a war in there. Carefree, minus 20% stress gain. Thankfully, we are only at 50. So you are being bullied. So been staying in bed for days. You do not have to face the world if you do not want to. Craven. Ugh, none of these are good. So learning, that gives you -1. Craven. It doesn't affect your learning, but it's not great for the other ones either. And do not have to face the world if you do not want to is lazy, which is -1 to all stats. So 24 on 24. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna just give you arbitrary. Believe in Ibadism and do not pray to be do. Hogan condemns it heresy, but the people ask for understanding. So we could go for religious understanding, popular opinion, or increased progress. Yeah, increased progress of the conversion. Do you have a claim on this area? Well, I think we can get that by ourselves anyway. So, courtier with my grandson. So you had the genius trait and you have a child with just quick. Yes, we want fertile and aid. Yeah, they're all starting to just be related to us, which is not good until we can start getting towards some of the options which actually... Now, so come across a book, Ancient Devotees, Trances and Visions of Ecstasy. So what do the other texts say? Teaching me so much, learning by one and learning perk. Yeah, let's keep going on that. So, locked in a room, powders on burning fire, producing heat, smoke and smells. They continue to experiment, yes. As I experiment more and more, I get a clearer and clearer grasp on things. So I gain Wise Man, which gives us +1 learning, or hardly anything divine but very relaxing, so that loses 48 stress, and we gain introspective rest for 5 years. So that is, yes, I'll go for that because I believe that can be increased over time, which will be interesting if it does. Okay, so we can get a new fascination. What are we being exposed to? Battlements. So yes, we will go for that. I expect to be discovered in about 14 years. Okay, so we have a grandson who has similarly the robust trait. And once again, let's just have a quick look. Nothing there. And let's have a look here. Yep, nothing really of interest there. So may you go strong and wise, yada yada yada. Yeah, we know the drill by now. And once again, one son who has 2 sons. So someone has converted culture. Yep, that is honestly just a person. And one of our courtiers passed away, our Chancellor. So how good is our Spy Master at anything else? He could be the Steward, and the Steward could be the Chancellor. Okay. So the Steward could be the Chancellor, the Spy Master can be the Steward, and the new Spy Master is you. Oh boy, very much juggling people's positions. Saying you're going to be here, and you're going to be here, and you're going to be here. Okay, so you are increasing county control there. You are converting faith in that country. You can promote culture, which is honestly just here. Yes, let's do that for there. And then you will increase control. Okay, so an offer from a noble woman is an experienced herbalist who would be willing to share her knowledge in return for room and board. So we could get ourselves the trait herbalist, which gives intrigue +2 and learning +2 and a medium boost to health. We could ask her to plant a garden of herbs. We could ask her to get a rare flower. Or I don't have time to muck about with dirt and plants. So that would gain us 100 piety. Yeah, let's go for herbalist. And my courtier has been given birth to 2 children, so that looks like a boy and a girl. So this is my grandson. So not my heir's son. So that looks like my eldest daughter's sons. Oh goodness. Okay. Ooh. Why is the girl the genius one? Why is the girl the genius one? Because of course it has to be. It has to be. And you are related to... yeah, still a bit too close marriage. Okay, increase control over here. Invite to feast. I'm just checking that none of these people have any kind of cannibal traits that I know of. So increase control. Let me have a look. Yes, let's go up here because I believe that one is something that I own. They gained diplomatic experience. That is nice to see. Learning perk. Granddaughter has given birth to a son who is quick, or intelligent rather. You were 1 and 1. Okay, may you grow strong and wise. We want a learning. Yes, we want to wash your hands. Clerical justifications, no, we don't want that. We don't really want church and state. Yeah, okay, we'll leave that for that. And we'll just continue working down the whole of body learning tree. Well, once again, we wait. You seem to enjoy our feast immensely. So never hurts to make friends. You will keep gregarious. So, or give you greedy, -2 diplomacy. Or we could give him a lustful. No, I think we will just go for gregarious and let you keep that. Being as you are potentially the next one in line. Yeah, I really don't know who I'm going to get you married to. So Entourage and I strolling back, run across a vessel skulking around capital. So I'm afraid I have places to be, so she leaves his 25 opinion. I gain 35 prestige, but I will gain 16 stress because I'm gregarious. So gain cosmic insight. Or we will make a decadent night of it, learning challenge. Gain 150 prestige. Yeah, let's do that. You gain a weak hook on her and gain 150 prestige. Oh, nice. Increased his diplomacy by +1. That's good to see. So if we're doing that, actually, I will probably educate you myself, just so we can get a bit of increase in that. And someone gets an unpressed claim on the county of Taraka, which is not great. Further I delve into my studies, the more apparent the link between mind and body becomes. Too much worry can make you sick, and the mind is no stronger than its vessel. So I need a healthy outlet, so we can either go for a run. 50% we gain the trait athletic, which gives us +1 prowess, small boost to health, and +20% stress loss. Spend the afternoon journaling, so we can gain journaler, which gives us learning +1 once again. Yeah, learning +1 or prowess, or just take the entire day off. So what are the negatives? So wide vocabulary for 15 years, so we'll gain +1 learning for a limited amount of time, or we could gain, yeah, spend the afternoon journaling. Yes, yes, we got journaler, and nice. Oh my goodness, that is a critical amount of stress. So received a significant donation of gold. No, give it to the poor. We want to see if we can go for a hunt, so not for another 6 months, unfortunately. Hold mystical communion. Gain 300 learning lifestyle experience. Gain divine guidance. So that will only cost us 100 piety. Yeah, do that. And I can also write things down. Gain occupied writing for 1 year, so diplomacy -2. I will lose some stress. Yeah, so let's just see what the mystical communion... Oh dear. There I can't even muster the strength to rise from bed. Oh dear. So what is my health for? So the time has come to treat your cold. So a tin cure. So do no more than what is necessary. So best course of treatment would be some rest. So extra sleep turned out to be just what I needed. They reduced disease symptoms for 1 year. That is nice to see. So our health is fine. So increased control and administration welcomed. That's good. So you had finished your task there. Let's get you over there to increase control. And that should look like, yeah, that looks like it's going to be very nice and quick. That is good to see. Yep. And then we can go over here. Ah yes, there we go, 3 months. Yes, so we'll do the quick ones first. Oh, yep, restraint, even though we had those options from just having the learning trait generally. The cool hunt, yes. 133 gold. But we will indeed do that. So as we ride deep, the ground grows wetter. Suddenly a form out of the greenery. um Oh, this is fun. This is amusing. Oh, I need to get a quick picture of this. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so anyway, so you're marshland and show us around. So gain local guide and 500 stewardship experience. Let's talk this through. Diplomacy challenge. So understands my concerns, I think. Listen to local concerns. Oh, here's something to hunt finally. Gain 20 dread. No. Let's do, yeah, that one. Show us around. And we have lost the trait ill, thankfully. So gain 150 prestige. Hunt ends. So we're getting a little bit closer. So one of our vassals, which annoyingly I can't see. There we go. So you will apparently lose land because you technically own something. So would you offer vassalage? No. Basically all no's. All no's there. But I cannot revoke title because I do not have... Why do I not have limited claim authority? Why did that get changed? Okay, that's slightly aggravating, but never mind. And you are not happy because wants her liege to hold this duchy, which is not in existence, so don't care about that. Okay, we cannot upgrade that just yet, but we can upgrade this. And what was the other one that we were waiting for? So battlements is 11 years. And the other thing that I was going to look at, yes, military, because we don't want to raise all men at arms. I want to create a regiment of onagers. Anyway, we'll create that one, and we can increase the size to 3. And just get a few more of those in, so you have increased control there. That is good to see. And we will just send you across to here, which will take 8 years, unfortunately. But we will be able to have a bit more luck with that. And so my ward, grandson and ward, 2, level 2 education. Oh well. Might probably never write any great theorems, but might read 1 or 2. Okay. Let's see if we can get someone of a good education. So we do have a 3-year-old who has the genius trait. 27. It might be risking it a little bit, but yes, we will do that. And let's have a look for you. So we do have a 2-year-old with a level 1 who is not related to you, so I'd rather reinforce those 2 traits. Yeah, so I've gone through them and I'm reinforcing rather than trying to get the next level up. I will just reinforce it first. So you are 43. Yeah, so let's just have a look at our dynasty tree again. You can see we're starting to get quite a few kids spawned down here. Reputable. The rulers get a maximum of plus 25 long reign opinion. Yeah, we'd need quite a lot to get through to the next level, but obviously we have down here and to our heir, and then our heir's heir, who is the one who just came of age. So do either of you or any of you have any interesting... Nope. Okay, so you... Oh yes, because you are my half-brother who I married to someone with a good genetic trait that has not come through at all. No grandson. I was going to say, why is it not showing your children here? But yes, it is. So one... Yeah, so we want to find you a good spouse who is probably not related, which is not possible. So, and trying to figure out. Okay, so you are. So you'd be first cousins once removed. If I were to do that, it's like if you were this kind of branch of the family, it would be a lot better. And unfortunately, neither of these are. I don't think they are in my court. No, they are not in my court. Yeah, it's an unrelated child already cared for at a court. Yeah, so unfortunately, none of those are really that great. So accepted marriage proposal. Yeah, thank you. Yes, we do still need to get a whole chunk of that into our hands to really do anything. Councillor has died. That was our marshal. So who wants to be... Okay, it looks like all of our people who consider themselves powerful vassals are good enough. Oh wait, I was going to say, these could be interesting, but no, she is actually related to me. Yeah, they are unfortunately related to me, which is great in terms of obviously having good genes in the family tree, but not so much when you want to kind of avoid intermarrying. So this is a new trait technically in the family. So we could go and get you two married and that will reinforce that gene. There we go. And we are actually almost at the... Well, so that will take us a bit over 2 years to get the next genetic option. So write things down. So it will take away a couple of diplomacy for a couple of years. So journal, dip my pen once more. There we go, finish the task to promote culture. So we are pretty good. So let's put you over there for 4 years. Oh, and someone can get married. Okay, apparently she's imprisoned, but never mind. Yep, we will unfortunately do that. We can't do that. So that will unfortunately just have to wait up there for the moment. Either she's going to be released and we can then marry, or, you know, so we need 225 gold to upgrade that. Didn't mean to click there. So we could go for some watchtowers, which would give us a bit more garrison. Wooden barracks, which would give us extra levies, hunting grounds. Yep, so we'll put some watchtowers down. That will take a while. When I was at the market with Tib, his attention was caught by a criminal chained in the pillory. Tib watched him for a while. When he did nothing but cough and beg for water, Tib rolled his eyes and kept on walking. The criminal deserves nothing but disdain from you, so could gain callous, or keeps callous. So -2 diplomacy, but +2 intrigue, which you are on. So this criminal is not even worth your attention. Gain 17 stress, and you could gain arrogant, which no. And no child bring the poor man the water he asked for. Yes, unfortunately, because that keeps in line with what he's going for, we are going to keep that, even though it wouldn't necessarily be what I want. So there we go, know thyself. So we should have a bit of awareness on that. And okay, we do have a tiny bit of prestige now. Let's just hope. So the further you travel, the more piety you will gain. So yes, so available for another 3 years, and we don't have enough money. Yes, so we just need to unfortunately sit and wait once more. So almost a paragon of virtue. So apparently now that we do actually have a load of piety, no, unfortunately most of the people here are completely different religions to us now, so we can't even go to war. Yeah, so that's a completely different kingdom which has not been created. It is part of the empire though. So let me just have a look. So our military strength is inferior, similar, and superior. So if we actually go and nope, not arrange marriage, declare war. Yes, there we go, because they are the same religion as us. Okay, after a bit of peace and quiet, we are going to be at war again. There we go. Okay. Oh, I was going to say, I think that's a bit of a glitch, but no, that is actually a river there. It can be forded. So hopefully this should be good enough for our purposes. And let me actually just check. Okay, yeah, so like we do have all of that over here. And there's one holy site over there. So yes, we do need to come and grab this one before we can even think about what's the word? Reforming the faith. Thank you. Which does mean that we will have to try and go against you, which is probably going to be quite a difficult situation. Military strength is similar. And yeah, we are going to win this battle very, very handily. Yep, there we go. Won that. And we've got the siege, and because we actually should have... Yep, we've got onagers now. There is a chance that that is going to break through the walls, and we'll be able to notice if it does, because this will get a little ladder over it. Oh, hello. So you're coming back for some more bites. So ward appreciates spouse's tutelage. That's nice. Happened despite my spouse's poor learning skill, yeah. Yep, another battle handily won. Martial Gaiden. They say, okay, are you actually out of prison yet? Nope. Someone has come along to raid us. quite... Oh, I was going to say can't quite see who, but it's these people here. No, I'm not going to overly bother with them. Oh, so someone's quickly formed a new alliance then. Once again, doesn't overly matter much to me. But yep, we've breached the walls, so we could assault the fort if we wanted to. Would add 8 siege progress, but cause 97 casualties every day. As we're 2.1. So we will just leave it where it is. There we go, large breach. But yes, there we go. We can assault it there. Oh, so we imprisoned your daughter and heir. Do you have any interesting traits? No, and interestingly enough... Ah. Okay, because you have 2 children. Okay, yeah, and the oldest one. Oh, anyway, we can enforce our demands on that. Yep, so be it. You're the new target. Oh dear. Okay, I didn't realise that we had a additional war going on. Never mind, we should be able to defeat that pretty handily. Yep, that is... Okay, so who are we at war against? So we are at war against you with an ally in the same region, it looks like. And you... So we probably want to, yes, go over to here. Actually start attacking one of the smaller ones at any rate. Yes, slightly annoying that we are actually now in a defensive pact, so they will not accept. Minus 18%. So you will gain 100 stress because you are ambitious and arrogant. Well, that's fun. And then this one, you will not accept minus 30. Okay. So we can potentially white peace a lot of these people if we wanted to. Yes, one of our territories is under siege, but you only have 800 people. Oh, there we go. We've got a Dynasty Legacy, so convergent blood. Lots of reinforcing congenital traits. Yes. Plus 30%. So we've unlocked convergent blood. And we have a faction. Yes, thank you. Okay, so if we finish down this siege, it should be pretty handy. There we go, so that has been... Oh! And we actually force demands. And then we can come back over here. And fight you, and that will be... ransom, no. Don't actually get anything from that. Who else do we have in our prison potentially? So I think we looked at you. Ransom, we cook. You are of our religion though, so we can't really demand conversion, that will be a useless thing. Ransom, we cook. Basically because they are more or less. Let's negotiate release. So demand conversion. Is anyone else decent? Nope. So we will just negotiate your release. We don't want to ransom you. Who is your family? Okay, so we could try negotiating your release and get you converted. I'm not sure that will do anything, seeing as, yeah, both of your parents are unlanded anyway. Oh well. It's at least a vague attempt to get our religion in the area. I was going to say, so whose armies do we have in here? I don't quite know who those allies are supposed to be, but I'm not going to complain about extra troops. So unworthy peasants. So it's just a reinforcement of that arrogant. Ignore the criminal thing. So you finished increased county control, which is probably a good thing because we need, yep, that one for 9 years. And we need you to go through here and attack them. Once again, a very, very easily won battle, and then we can come over here and attack you, and hopefully getting the siege on that will mean that we win that. Oh, and yes, we did have a new learning perk, didn't we? Or did I? No, that was the wrong thing. So what do we have other than that? So we could hold mystical communion. Okay, so apparently we cannot actually... Yeah, we're wasting time waiting for her to be released. So yes, break betrothal and find you someone new. So this is our... Okay, so this is a grandson of ours, but not really one in line to inherit much of anything, and you are 18 years old. So we've got 30. Oh, we do have a 7-year-old here who is a genius. Doesn't seem to be related to me in any way. Similarly, we've got a 1-year-old here. And... Yes, so I'll marry you two off. I know there's 12 years difference between you. But that is a granddaughter of someone. So arrange marriage between... You are 1 year old. We can reinforce that. Unfortunately, will not accept. So she is considered marrying down. Patrilineal marriage, difference of faith. Okay, so how about the 7-year-old I saw? Yes, they will accept there. Okay, so that's a good one down. So that's a few more genetic traits in. So 7 years difference between them, so we can potentially get rid of that. And who did I want to get you married to? So this great grandson here. Let's have a look at age. So granddaughter, yeah. Basically no real ones that are worthwhile if I want to try and double down on the genius traits. So I'll just have to see if anything of interest comes through. How long would this potentially take us? 6 months. Oh, and we have reached the walls. Let me just have a look at that so we can see here. Siege progress 0.8 a day with no weapons versus our 1.7 with a small gap in the walls. Oh, and I gained attentive care, so that's nice. So massive boost to my health. Let's just have a look. So only countering penalties. But still. And there's that learning perk I was expecting earlier. So do we want that or Iron Constitution? Disease resistance. Yep, so we'll go for that. And unfortunately we are almost out of money, but hopefully we'll be able to finish this siege, get to 100%. Nope, unfortunately not. So what do we need? So we do have that. So what did it... So they want that, basically. So enforced demands will not accept. Okay, so I guess we just go down here and siege this one then. Oh, okay. Didn't need to do that. So we can disband all of our armies. Betrothed can marry, so that is a grandson with a random courtier. Just once again trying to get some of those genetic traits into the family. So we don't want to do that. Don't necessarily want to do that either. Utilize... Oh, this one. Right. We don't have the money to do so, unfortunately. So instead we will grant that to someone not of our dynasty. So we will grant that to you, and then because of that, you being happy, we will demand your conversion. And then from that, I think we will arrange a marriage for you. I was going to say, it's like, we'll try and get you someone who's not related to me, but hopefully you'll be able to get yourself married. So we have a couple more powerful vassals. Let's have a look at them. We have a marshal available. You are both rubbish at that. Because you would make a good chancellor and you would be an okay spy master, but my spy master is worse than that. And you consider myself a title claimant. You're my half brother. Oh, anyway, let's see how these children are getting on. They're 20 and 32, both genius, or both intelligent. Both intelligent, nothing coming of that yet. 12 years old, bright and bright. Okay. So who can we potentially... Oh, okay, so we can go to war against you once again. That would be 150 prestige because we are different faiths. Yes, it does look like we got... okay, so the ruler is of a different faith, but the country itself looks like... Yes. It is... Well, pretty much as it should be. So your military strength is similar. So I think if we let our military just pick up a bit more once again. Yeah, there we go. We're now getting 8.2 gold a month from all of that. So progress towards distinguished. And paragon of virtue. So offer vassalage. Place reluctance, not rightful leave. Different culture group. Claim is legitimate. Huh. Oh, very well then. So what are you focused on? Medicine. Just to be interested. Yeah, once again, we still only have these two little territories of Mali. And we would need to come in here and declare war on you. So we'd need that. Their military strength is inferior. that would be another part of Mali, but we don't really have the capabilities to do so. And it's like against Tolma, similarly. The thing is, this one is kind of what we need, but it's just being completely torn apart. So my claims on the chiefdom, so I would gain the contested title. Is that actually... that is still a tribal holding. But someone else has tried to go for that. So... that is complex. So our acquaintance has been taken captive. Oh, though he's just been released, okay. So, your primary heir is not your child from the looks of it. Yeah, Confederate partition. Yeah, so completely different person. So, whoever this kid is... would inherit. For some reason. Okay, so that's your nephew by your older brother, maybe? And then it's this person. Oh wait, because that's your daughter, right? You don't actually have, yeah, didn't think so. Face differs. Okay, so you are my granddaughter, who is a lesbian. So odds of us getting children are so-so, depending on just who. But once again, we will try and get a chance of children, medium, or do we actually try and reinforce that low-level intelligent trait with someone, the 45-year-old, or a relative? No, I think we will try and get that new gene in to the family. Yes, may our union be blessed indeed. Okay, is our Chancellor any good at anything else? Stewardship, is our Steward good at anything else? Not really. Is our Spymaster good at anything else? Not really. So I could change the Steward around for a Marshal. And I change the Steward around. Then you have a 9 in Stewardship. No, because I wanted to change you. So 17. So swap you and you around. And then the Chancellor position we can give to you. Because my Chancellor is not a powerful vassal. And I was going to say, are either of those vassals eligible for the Hogan position? Nope, they are not. So you want to increase control. You are promoting culture, which is done in 5 months, and you are converting faith, which will be done in 16 months. Just take a look up there, and let's have a look, see how parts of the world are doing. We have a random bit of blue in England. England looks like, yes, defending against Duke Harold of Northumbria in the war for Princess Edith's claim. Okay, so we have Queen Matilda, who is the daughter of King William II. So Princess Emma, was that the right one? No, Princess Edith, who is this one. So were you disinherited or something? Because people are getting behind you. Okay, so Cornwall wants to become independent. That war started about 6 months prior. This one has been going on for 5 years. So basically the person who they're wanting to put onto the throne isn't actually in the war. That is always fun to see. So you got 2 sons. You do not have anyone yet. How about you? Nope, unmarried and no genetic traits of interest. Ireland is maybe coming together a bit. France. Okay, a bit of France is owned by that person in England, as is that, for some reason. Aquitaine owns bits here, Provence owns a bit up here, Upper Burgundy, Italy's a mess. Castile, let's see what happened with that one. The title history. So de jure part of the Empire of Hispania. Okay, so that didn't actually exist. But we had... So 1082. Yeah, so fairly interesting things going on up there. Like no big sprawling empires that I can see. Okay, the Holy Roman Empire is at war with someone. Okay, someone wants Zealand, but they are losing that. Okay, so let's get back down to where we were and see what we want to do. So are you from Fuerteventura? I've been to Fuerteventura. So the Emperor of the Canaries. Yeah, there we go, Fuerteventura, Gran Canaria, and one of these, yep, there's Tenerife. And let's go away, I'm trying to find Lanzarote. Ah, there it is, Barony of Lanzarote. Yeah, Lanzarote, Tenerife, Fuerteventura, have been to all 3 of those. The granddaughter has given birth to a daughter, who, yep, is... the same as her older brother, has the intelligent trait. Okay, no one for you. And let's see for here. Oh my goodness, yeah, definitely no one for you. So that's starting to get a bit awkward. So anyway, back to the realm map. So Manding. Yeah, so we unfortunately don't think we can get any kind of claim on the duchy there. But apparently you are a sinner. Okay, no, we don't want my claims. We want to conquer the county. This would cost us 150. So let's do it, and hopefully I didn't miss anything saying that he was like super powerful compared to us. That's just similar. Okay, there we go, and we want to come all the way down here. And there we go. So fingers crossed that we'll be able to get this, and maybe we can consider actually having a look and reforming the religion. But first we want to come down here and start taking this territory. And yes, I thought so. I thought you might come and try and claim that while I was busy with wars elsewhere. And do I overly want that? Because it's not in the kingdom, but it is in the empire. Oh, yes, I guess I suppose we will try and focus on that in a bit. Yeah, this game is seriously tiny bit over the top in regards to all of these battles that some points. Oh yes, we had a cultural fascination of battlements, so 4 years. Okay, so that's you. Oh yes. Genius. So how many? So a daughter, a son who was just generic, the daughter who was a super genius. How old are you? 32 versus 9. Yeah, that's a bit too much. Yeah. So we've got that down there. So you gained the trait Diplomat. That's nice to see. Are you still helping us? Yep, with court politics. That's giving us +9 or +13 rather. We may want to consider moving up against something such as military in a bit. Tip this is, oh yes. The or kind of heir of our heir-ish. So never hurts to make friends, so you can keep gregarious. You are on an intrigue focus. So notice how value lies in the trappings of power, minus diplomacy. Or lustful, which gives +2 intrigue and +25% fertility. And no, I think, yeah, never hurts to make friends, and we will just keep it at that. So we have 20 or 36% power. And if we go into here, would we actually fight? And if so, what would be the reckoning? So this says chances are even. Maybe we want to actually come back through here, and I was going to say we could potentially pick up a few more troops, but no, that's not going to happen. We are pretty much at our maximum. I have no idea where the other person is, probably all the way over on the other side. Ah, okay, so you don't want to fight? Well, that just leaves us an opening to just siege you back down. And there we go. Broken through the walls. Then we can come through. And that gives us 46%. And you are coming back to try and siege that area. Well, we can just... Oh. Okay, our person has just died. So, flexible leader, yes. We'll go for that. Okay, and if we come across through here, let's see, that's plains. Floodplains. Dangerous faction, so lower county control. Ultimatum in 9 months. Okay, mental resilience, just because that's the next one that we can go for. Let's actually see what our health is poor. So yes, we are obviously getting a bit older as we go along. So can I bait you into potentially attacking? It doesn't look like it. So we are going to have to go in here. So chances are even. So granddaughter giving birth to a son who just has the generic right trait. I say generic like it's a bad thing. I mean, it is giving +3 to all stats. It's just obviously because of the okay, we're going to lose this. Yep, we're losing it. frustrating. Okay, so I think if we come back up here and oh my goodness. Okay, you look like you're actually coming through to... Actually, I don't even know who you're attacking. Are we at war against you? No, we are not. So if you are... And are you... I have no idea. They're wounded. Nothing that can be done. Like, seriously, I don't know. Who are you at war against? Okay, so you're at war against them. Oh, so you're probably trying to go all the way across to that, right? Yeah, I have no idea. You know what, I'm gonna just surrender to you. You can have that little bit of territory, and we can just focus on this battle back here, because this is the more important one to me. Yes, defeat dangerous factions, I know. Ooh. So this is... Yes. So this is my son's son's son, who is a genius. Yes. So even though he is in my family, we will pin him. Just to make sure. Name after a family member. Yep. May you grow strong and wise. Because we want that. Ugh. Ouch. Gangrene. Ugh. Yeah, I'm sorry, mate. You're not going to make it. Okay, chances are even, it says, for this battle. I'm not overly... No. There we go. Yeah, I was going to say I'm not overly fond on that. And that was the wrong one. I didn't mean to press that one. I meant to go fine. So what happens if we surrender? We pay a bunch of gold and a bunch of prestige. Factions targeting you gain 25 discontent. Yeah, okay. We're going to try and hold on then. First, we want to put people back in our council. So anyway, you would be an okay chancellor. So would our chancellor be an okay marshal? No, our chancellor would not. Would our steward? No. Would our spy master? No. But what I'm going to do anyway, so our chancellor, if I can find him. There we go, chancellor into there. Then you are moderately good as no, because I wanted to I honestly really do not know what to do. Okay, you know what? Okay, you're slightly less annoyed at me, so we'll just do that. Can we actually afford any kind of mercenaries? No, the answer is no. There's like those we'd like footmen anyway, so we'd need 205 gold and we are losing. Stop wandering all the way over there. Goodness. Okay, so anyway, we want to come all the way over here and hopefully we will pick up some troops as we go. And you are unfortunately wounded. That's going to impact your yes, so we wanted this prowess, and this is reckless, but we'll put you in there and see how that goes. So hook has expired. I wasn't even aware we really had a hook. Anyway, we'll come through here and we should be able to battle them pretty effectively. Yep, there we go. Victory. And we want to come back down here to our rally point and hopefully see if we can wait out a little bit. Because that siege is going to pull through, and how much is that going to affect the war score? So we could curse the meddlesome savages, spend 35 prestige, pay a were guild, or help them to rebuild. So rebuilding after raid, development growth plus 10%. Yes, we will help them to rebuild. Let's just let you renegotiate your contract. So have been interested in a county, so that's a spy master and vassal's title. Let's have a look where that is. No, not really. My treasury could use a refill, reduce feudal taxes. So what taxes do you pay at the moment? Okay, you pay high ones, so yes, I'll be perfectly happy to just allow you to reduce your feudal taxes back down to normal. That is fine by me. Know thyself close to the end. Yes, there we go. So I will be dead within a year. So we need to definitely finish this up soon. So gained a level of fame. Unfortunately, we are not going to be able to reform the religion in any kind of circumstances. So what are we doing here? So war score from occupied holdings, so we can get that back up. And hopefully push things back a little bit. Okay. Ooh. Yes, so that is another interesting one. Let's see how much anyone else. So okay, I know this is, so we don't want that to be matrilineal. They will guarantee to get genius. And so we want Thane and Bathalee. So let's just have a look where they are. Ah, they are... I was going to say they are quite close, are they? Because I just saw a second one, but yes, unfortunately they are immediate cousins. There's like, unlike this one, so is there... Okay, so yes, I could get you married to this one and you would be... So that's first cousins. So you would be second cousins, which would be fine. Yes, so yes. Age. There we go, that one. So yes, those two. That means, yep, so those two parts of the family tree are now going to connect. And we will need to find you someone else. Someone who is very, very, very good. Okay, so we've won that siege and they are coming back here. So if we just honestly wait, they've got more troops than we do. So Pip has finished his education. A level 3, that's fine, I guess. Hey, this battle could be even. So it's like... Oh. Actually, what happens if we try and retreat? Nope, we're still caught. Okay. Yep. Okay, I think we've completely lost this. Someone has gravely insulted you. You are married to my grandson and champion, and yeah, you're the one that's just no. Why did you not tell me everything from the start? Convinced my wife is not telling the truth. Expect you to apologise. Yeah, we'll do that. Yep, and I think we will just have to surrender. Yep, so be it. We'd lose an absolute ton of gold. But once expanding all of this, we should be... Yep, so we're gaining almost 8 gold a month once again. But we will obviously... We have the Know Thyself thing, so we know that we are going to be dead within a year, which is rather unfortunate. So we have... So Batherley. So everything, yep, is going to be going down to our first son. And then we may have to... Let's see if we can just... before we go, we can disinherit. Yep. So loses 75 opinion of us, but hey, you know what? We are going to be dying soon, so that won't matter. A little bit cheaty, I know. And then it will come down to you, and then it will come down to you. So you are 36 years old, so the odds of you... Okay, good. The, married, the game settings that I put where it avoids showing people who are naked and also all of the bad illnesses is working, because she's apparently wearing nothing but a smile, but she is shown as clothed here. Okay, good. So our spouse has died, gained 16 stress. I'm not even sure it's going to be worth marrying unless we can find someone who has exceptionally good stewardship for our last few years. Nope. Okay. So unfortunately, yes. We may just remain unmarried for the last few months, seeing as we know that we do not have much time left. And while we're actually doing this, let's have a look. There we go, let's do that. Accept our marriage proposal, thank you. Yes, I know I have no spouse. There we go, we just died. Left the world at 70 years of age, so the same age as our father. So, known for spending most of his nights in the laboratory, he was believed by many to be nothing more than a warlock, concocting unholy spells in the secrecy of his castle. Magan Batherley ascends to the throne, a crafty and perceptive man. He will have no problem gaining leverage where needed. So yes, died of old age at the 1st of March 1120. So we were indeed the cultural head. We were distinguished, devoted servant, had lifestyle learning, and we fought in 6 wars. So once again, we are the cultural head and distinguished, but we only have a dutiful level of faith. So that has actually looked like it's wiped out pretty much almost all of our debt, as it were. So let's continue playing, and we want to obviously have a look at how we are doing. So we got a level 2 education and we are quick. Our wife 46 is a murderer. Oh my goodness. So who has she been looking at? So our heirs. So yes, once again, that is all just going to go down the linear family route. Unfortunately, she is pregnant, so I'm just going to hope that is a girl, rather than risking splitting all of this up. And let's just have a look. Do we have anyone else that we could potentially marry? Unfortunately, once again, no. So we have multiple empty council positions. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Unfortunately, we've got 5 people. So you are a mastermind. Could you? I thought it was an learning education that unlocked that. But anyway, so we will go down here. Who is the best one? Who is not angry? Or who is the best one who wants to be on the council? So we will assign you to Chancellor. Steward, yep. Our uncle and vassal. Marshal is way down the list, so you're 9, but you are a better spy master. Although... yes, and whoever that one was with -91, but we will select you. And are you the one who is... No, okay, I'm thinking of someone completely different. You are not in my dynasty at all. We will start to sway you and get your opinion up for a bit. We want to obviously choose our focus as well, which is intrigue. So we know we are a schemer. So is there anything else we don't want? Seducer. I don't think we want torturer either. Are we... or do we have like wrath or anything? So we are gluttonous, we are arrogant, but that doesn't bring up dread. Yeah, compassionate, natural dread decay, or dread decay minus 100%. So that doesn't work too well, but schemer, so that is just a general option for us in terms of points. So what do we want to have a look at? So we are gaining 5.1. We are distinguished. We need to get, or we want to get to illustrious. We probably want to increase our piety. So can you, yes. That gives us plus 0.9, so I think we will go for the learning one once again. And yes, so we will do this because we want to get our piety up. So that gives us plus 2 a month. That means within 2 years we should hopefully... okay, apparently 45 is not the cutoff because you can still have just one more child at 46. So what do we want to do? Because we should have inherited basically everything. Our gold is going all over the place because we need to reinforce our men-at-arms, but... hey, what do you want? The Duchy of... fine. Okay, so hopefully if we can come up here. So my niece has a daughter who is robust, which looks like, yeah, pretty much what I was hoping for. So can we get you married to anyone of interest? No, we cannot. Like, there is one with the appropriate trait, but he's 73, so the odds of him surviving are not going to be great. Okay, so which territories do you actually own? So we were going to have to go... okay, so if we actually go up here and we start trying to... okay, good. A daughter who is still a genius. So we will want to try and find her a good person. Potentially, nope. So we'll have to once again just keep an eye out on that. Oh, rank, no, we want age. So courtier, courtier. So we do have a few people around. So niece, This is my grandniece, then. Marrying to my grandson. I'll leave that for the moment. Oh, okay, that was actually paused. So if we come across here, we may just have to sacrifice this territory again and just focus on building things up. Oh. Yes, you would have to do that, wouldn't you? Okay, so what do we have here? One with the quick and one with the intelligent traits. So yes, that is going to split things. So Prince Solmer, Cambin and Bathley. Well, once again, we'll just leave that for now and see how things go. And I am often tempted to say all of that. I say that quite a lot. But unfortunately, we do have quite a few things that we need to work on, manage, mitigate, and all of those fun things, and we are going to lose this war. Right, well. Don't give up quite yet. We probably can actually call some allies. Nope, we don't have any allies. We can call house members, however, to our wars. So how many troops do you have? 179. You have 611. Okay, I will call you. Because you do have a few that could potentially help, and our Chancellor has died. They will pick you. Oh, wait. Our Marshal actually no longer wants to be a Marshal. Or is no longer angry about it. Okay, we have a new ally joining in. Okay, and we've now discovered battlements. So do we have anything? Yes, hereditary rule we are being exposed to. So that will be discovered in about 30 years, and we can make that down to 17. So we've got another faction against us. Annoyingly. Yeah, that's not going to be enough to keep us away from being completely overrun, unfortunately. This is wetlands. Yep, we are walking straight into a fight here. Yep, there we go. And completely defeated. There we go. Yep. Outliving a child. Tib has been murdered. Well, I guess I didn't need to necessarily disinherit him, but anyway, so we will surrender. Because you obviously want that. We need a new marshal. You'll be good enough. You are 16. And let's see, we don't want to reinforce our military. So need something to numb it. Talk to someone. Or we could press on. So we gain frozen grief. Health moderate penalty. Yes, we'll go for that. Confider. And I think, just as we are letting our armies run through, we will just quickly go. And once we're back in our territory, we can sit down and disband the troops. And there we go. And I think we will leave it for there for now. It has been an interesting experience, but unfortunately we have not really gained any more territory than we had at the start. But still, hopefully it's been interesting. We've been playing for, let me just think, 55 years. And we will come back next week and pick up from where we are at the moment. So let me just save that. And we can just, there we go. So exit to the main menu. And I will thank everyone very much for popping in and watching, especially some of the people who popped in and chatted as well. We will be back again next Friday at 1 PM GMT to continue on with trying to unite Africa. But for now, I think we will see everyone next time. Thank you very much for watching, and goodbye.